We'll go ahead and open this joint meeting, Oceanside City Council, Harbor District, CDC for September 25th, 2013. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Feller. Here. Councilmember Feline.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez is absent.
Thank you. With that, City Attorney.
Thank you. Council meeting closed session to discuss the following items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator involving unrepresented employees. Item 2, public employee appointment involving the city manager position. Item 3A, conference with real estate negotiator involving the portions of Rancho Del Oro Drive, right-of-way north of Route 78, portion of Hamar Drive, right-of-way west of College Boulevard, portion of Ron Ortega Park, and a portion of APN 148-340-26. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside and BGT Media, LLC, CBS Outdoor, Clear Channel Outdoor Incorporated, and Lamar Outdoor Advertising. Under negotiations are price and terms for property use agreements. Item 4A, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Dunex Cavalier Mobile Estates versus City of Oceanside.
Thank you. Adjourn to closed session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kern.
Here.
Councilman Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Feline. Here. Councilmember Feller.
Here. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a phone or a pager, put it on silent. We'd appreciate that. This is kind of the first part of the council meeting. We start again at 5 o'clock for presentations, etc. But for right now, consent calendar, please.
Consent calendars items 5 through 21, and note that item number 15 includes the adoption of a resolution to accept the funds.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move to pull item number 19, and I'm looking for the one having to do with the calendar 17. Yes, item also pull number 17. Move approval for the ballots.
I'll second. Thank you very much. Any other people in town? Dais that want to pull items, or the public?
Yes, item number I'm sorry. No other items need to be pulled.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
No other items need to be pulled.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion and a second. For the Randanger, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go with item number 17, please.
Item number 17.
Thank you. Item number 17 is the resolutions required to establish the meeting times, dates for the City Council for next year. That's 2014. And one of the things that we did was we had avoided certain dates, like the League of California Cities Conference, which was this past week, and unfortunately we almost had a workshop on that day. We also avoided the Coastal Commission hearings, and one of the main reasons was because I was serving on the Coastal Commission. But we will be having some items at the before the Coastal Commission, so I was hoping we'd still avoid those dates and still have the necessary meeting times. We are continuing the what we did in the past, which is to try to avoid, say, have a month where we would not be meeting, to give a break to staff and catch up with a lot of the things that we're doing here on the dais. But I would like us to consider, again, ensuring that we're not meeting for, I believe it's when the mayor is, the mayor's journey to D.C., I think that's included, the mayor, Washington, D.C. Appropriations Committee. But I don't see anything else here, and I would like us to continue this item. It's not a time is of the essence to the next meeting, and to include the League of California Cities Conference, and to also include the avoiding the dates for the Coastal Commission. We may need to all go there for one of the items that might be coming up before the Coastal Commission.
Thank you for that.
That's my motion, that we continue this.
Thank you. Before I go on with it, I'll second it if necessary, but I want to find out, there's a request to continue this to another meeting. Is that a problem? Is there any time certain on this?
I just had a quick question. Did you have some changes you want to propose, or you just want staff to come back and overlay Coastal Commission and League of California Cities, the Washington trip onto our calendar so we know exactly when they are?
So that we can avoid those. And I think there's also, isn't there a retreat for Sandag that we usually avoid?
Usually those starts on Thursdays, so that's usually not a...
Well, before we used to have all of that in here so that we were really clear on avoiding workshops and, and other things. So if we could continue it...
I think we ought to continue it, and we'll have staff just overlay those other things that may in conflict, and then we'll have to make a decision whether...
Let's hear from the other council members. I don't mind for getting back to get the dates covered for the calendar. With that, Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll ask Councilman Sanchez of the Coastal Commission dates. Do they have a specific set of rules they follow, like, the last Thursday to Friday of every month, or the...
I wish. Unfortunately, they do, as well as we do, avoid certain holidays, and so it's not like the first and third. It's mostly the first and third, but...
Not always.
Not always. I mean, it's usually the first, but not always. So I'd rather staff plus the League of California Cities Conference and...
Yeah, those all are legitimate issues, and I don't have any problem.
And next year's conference will be in Los Angeles, so I think there'll be an opportunity for more of us to attend.
Would be if we can find something that fits within all those organizations, so we can be always the second and fourth Wednesday, or the first and third Wednesday, or something, rather than check the calendar and mix and match. But yeah, all those events you mentioned I think are important too, and that we, at least for a first pass, we get those overlaid with these dates and see where we want to go.
We've actually also avoided high school graduations.
Okay, well, let's put it all in the bucket there, and we'll
need to make sure
and work it out.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, input, please.
As far as the graduations, they're either the 4th or the 11th this next year. But as far as Coastal Commission, there's no reason we can't just change that date. If we know that it's a date, we can postpone the date of our council meeting and change it to, with proper notice. So if there's something, but just to schedule when the Coastal Commission meets all up and down the state, there's no reason to have that in our agenda or our package. I understand the retreats and the travel to Washington, D.C., the local issues, but not if it's just to have the coastal commission on there.
Mainly about do we want to continue this to another date?
I understand that. I'm just telling my point of view. We don't.
And I think all she's asking for is that you come back with the calendar with all the other events overlaid on the calendar so we can make those decisions. Now, that we may come in conflict with one of them, we're going to have to make that decision, but the earlier we can make our decision for next year, the better for staff, better for the public, everybody knows when we're going to meet. So I think...
Well, I heard it that Esther wanted the council meeting to...
That is what I'm going to be asking people, that we avoid meeting those dates.
And I'm not willing to avoid at any cost when the coastal commission meets. We've got no...
But when we come back with the calendar, we'll see if there is a conflict, we don't know. And when we come back with the overlay of calendars, we'll make that decision at that time.
All right.
Thank you. I don't know if we need a vote on that. Quite frankly, just tell the city manager staff come back. That's fine. I think it's continued for another day. Thank you. I appreciate that. And item number 19, please. Councilmember Sanchez, Poll 2, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's item number 19, which is adoption of the resolution to dissolve the Integrated Waste Commission. I believe that we have some speakers on this.
I believe so, too. How many?
So can we hear from them?
Yes, we'll begin calling you up in pairs, in groups of 3. First 3 will come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the City Council. First, we have Susie Schroyer. Second, we have Linda Walshaw. And third, we have Jeremy Jungris. I apologize for the mispronunciation.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make one comment before we hear this. This is a council action. So if you don't agree with the council action, please address the council. This is not something that was driven by staff. So I know there were some meetings where people were pretty derogatory to staff, but this is the council's action. So please address the council.
Right, but I'm also interested in hearing, there was some information that was provided to the council at the last meeting where this was discussed, so I would also be interested in those comments as well. Because that came as a complete surprise, was not really noticed for dissolution of the Integrated Waste Commission. It was actually noticed to approve the plan, and that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susie Schroyer.
Hold my mic down a little further, I'm sorry.
I'm Susie Schroyer, and I live at 276 North El Camino Real.
Bring the volume up on that.
Since KFF have become the council majority, the number of public commissions have been reduced or eliminated from 23 to 15. Oceanside is still supposed to be a democracy, not a dictatorship, where public opinions is silenced. I, for one, as I'm one of Oceanside's residents, have a right to know, in fact, demand to know. And as the commissioners themselves have asked, why the 40,000 K was transferred from the budget to Peter Wise, and what it was used for, and why the letter opposing the Gregory Canyon was never sent, while public opinions were being accepted by the Army Corps of Engineers until 4/15. I have personal experience of dictatorship. I have lived under one. And you, Mr. Kern, Mr. Talene, and Mr. Feller are examples of dictatorship in the Oceanside Council. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Linda Walshaw, 151 Robbie Lane, Vice President of Action, representing 42 Oceanside neighborhoods. Since Messrs. Kern, Feller, and Feline have created a voting block on this council, the number of public commissions having input to this Oceanside city government has been reduced from 23 to 15. Now we're here again to oppose Mr. Feller's motion to dissolve yet another public commission on integrated waste. The move to dissolve this commission is made more concerning by the fact that it comes only after the commissioners asked questions of city officials regarding monies transferred from their own budget to the city manager's office and received no explanation, and inquired about the status of their letter opposing the Gregory Canyon landfill. Commissioner Aaron Gilligan Moran had just been confirmed to serve another 4 years on this body, yet rather than answer the commissioner's questions, the council majority now moves to dissolve the commission entirely. Government cannot function without an open, accountable, and independent ethics process, and the molestation of that process by a majority is an abuse of power. The concept of public trust is the cornerstone of democratic government. Its seminal idea that within the public lies true power and future of a society. Therefore, whatever trust the public places in its officials must be respected. The RICO statutes state in part, elected officials have a duty to uphold the public trust. Once the voting public no longer has faith in their government or third-party interests are given precedence over the interests of voters, a breach of trust has occurred. With regard to the failure to submit the Commission's letter opposing Gregory Canyon while public comments were being accepted, it is unlawful for a public servant to obstruct, delay, or prevent communication of information that directly involves or affects a public agency or public entity served by the public servant. Public trust is essential to make government work for its intended purpose, e.g. to ensure that public officials are using their office to further public interests, but also to preserve public confidence in the democratic process. The United States Supreme Court observed a democracy is effective only if the people have faith in those who govern, and that faith is bound to be shattered when officials or their appointees engage in activities which arouse suspicion. The official federal statement on transparency in government states in part, we are committed to creating an unprecedented level of openness in government. We will work together to ensure public trust and establish a system of transparency, public participation, and collaboration. Openness will strengthen our democracy and promote efficiency and effectiveness in government. This council majority is failing in their duty to keep our government transparent by further silencing public input. We, the public, the voters who elected you to office, submit that by dissolving the Integrated Waste and other public commissions, this council majority has breached the public trust.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Youngrice. I am the chairman of the Oceanside Utilities Commission. I serve on behalf of all of the council. I'm very honored to be before you today. I'm not coming up here to take a position on this item, just to provide a couple of items for your consideration. First of all, I just wanted to say, as the chair right now, if you give us additional duties, we'll do our very best to perform them on behalf of all of you. If you choose to keep things the status quo, that's fine too. We're here at the pleasure of the council, and we'll perform the duties and try to give you the best recommendations we can, whatever jurisdiction you choose to give to us. But that's ultimately your call. And the only other thing I wanted to mention to you is just, there has been a lot of, comments made about staff, and to be candid, I don't necessarily blame the folks that are on the Integrated Waste Commission. I mean, they're sticking up for what they think they need to and what they believe in, and I can't fault that. But what I can say is that my dealings, now granted, as being the chair is not very long, it's only since July. My dealings with staff, Director Dale and the other staff, primarily Director Dale, has been very positive. When we've wanted additional information, it's been provided. When we've wanted additional questions answered, I can give you an example just with the harbor. We wanted to know why, what was going on with the San Luis Rey River, so we got a great presentation about some of the environmental issues, and so I can't speak to the experience other commissions have had. I hope they're not what's alleged. I don't know, but all I can say is that my experience has been very positive, and in this context where there's been a lot of discussion of that, I did want to put my voice forward and bring that to your attention. So, with that, thank you for listening to my comments.
The next three speakers that we have are Joan Brubaker, Larry Berry, and Diane Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joan Brubaker, 1606 Hackamore Road, Oceanside. I have watched this council, the people who are so famous for making all the rules nowadays, weed away one group of people helping the people making their decisions up here and the city, one by one, wither away, because we can take care of that. Well, of course you can. Every day, it's becoming more Bell-like as I'm reading what is happening and realize what is taking place. I feel that by doing away with this waste commission, you're abolishing a lot of very useful information to the city and something that probably would behoove even you three. But I have only a say. That's it. But I strongly detest the way you've weeded away. First it was a commission to do with the park, El Corazon, which many of us in this community worked hard to save. You weren't even around. And then it was 1, 2, 3, and now you're down to the Waste Commission. What will it be next? Bell coming on? Thank you.
My name's Diane Hansen. I live in Oceanside. I'm asking you to please keep the Integrated Waste Commission. You're doing a valuable job with recycling, and that job needs to be continued. I'm thinking that perhaps the Oceanside City Council majority wants to dissolve the Integrated Waste Commission because the Waste Commission opposed the Gregory landfill project, which the City Council voted to put through. Perhaps it's because the Waste Commission questioned why the $40,000 of their budget was transferred to the city manager's budget. When an explanation was requested, there was no response. I think the City Council majority is trying to limit the public's input into our local government. This is a breach of public's trust and the law. Thank you.
My name is Larry Berry. I live on 3973 Brown Street, City of Oceanside. I too am in favor of keeping this commission intact. I think there's more voices to be heard. It's a democracy. I know we are a republic because we elected you people as a republic. We are a democracy, and when we vote, and we need other voices to be heard. I don't always agree with a lot of things that happen here, and I will do my best as an American citizen to stand up for my rights and what I believe in, and my constitutional rights to share my opinion. I know I've been in Oceanside for way too long, and I knew Jim Wood when he was a cop, and I did things, and I always was on commissions, Park and Rec, and different commissions. And when Jim Wood would not put me on a commission, and that's fine. He has that right. He's the mayor of Oceanside. If he doesn't want me to be, even if he let it go vacant, even though I wanted to be on a commission, he chose not to let me be on that commissions and just volunteer the service to the community. We have a lot of people that want to contribute to this community. They want our voices to be heard. I know I've tried to get in touch with a lot of you, to sit down and talk to you, and it's it's the same old stuff. It's the politics. If you don't, and I have a strong voice a lot of times. Esther and you and I don't agree on a lot of things, but we do talk. We can talk and we can share about. You don't agree with me, I don't agree with you. But we can, we can share ideas, and then we come together on certain things. But it is the voices that need to be heard throughout the community, throughout this diverse community, that need to be heard. So I strongly urge you to contribute and allow people. I can't understand that it can't cost. It's going to cost we're going to save money by not turning the lights on, so a bunch of people can come together and come, talk about the issues in a community forum. So I urge you not to dissolve this commission, and I urge you to stand up and allow other commissions and other voices to be heard. Thank you.
The next three speakers we have are William Fisher, Victor Roy, and Nadine Scott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Bill Fisher. I live at 510 Estramos Court in Oceanside. The Citizens Integrated Waste Commission has faithfully served the city since 1991. That is, for over 22 years. Today's resolution offers no credible evidence as to why this long-serving commission should be abruptly dissolved and its responsibilities assigned to the Utilities Commission, except to misleadingly suggest that the responsibilities of integrated waste are similar to those of the Utilities Commission. Not true. The city website states integrated waste is tasked, quote, to make Oceanside a leader in San Diego County with regards to recycling, waste reduction, and solid waste management. The Utilities Commission, on the other hand, is facilities-focused, advising on matters pertaining to municipal water, sewer, and drainage facilities. I attended the meeting of 17 September, where the Integrated Waste Commissioners and the public expressed dismay at the pending council resolution. When questioned, staff was not able to provide any rationale for council's decision, except that the commissioners serve at the pleasure of the council. The subsequent staff report of that meeting is basically a dismissal of the commissioners' concerns. It entirely ignores the commissioners' unanimous request to have the comments of both the commission and the public included in the staff report, which they were not. Integrated Waste and the other 15 advisory commissions, committees, and authorities play a very important governance role. The appointed commissioners represent volunteer, participatory governance as an enhancement to the representative governance of the elected council. Ronald Reagan celebrated volunteers, and I quote, "as the very heart and soul of America. They have helped make this the most compassionate, generous, and humane society that ever existed on the face of this earth." At the last Integrated Waste Commission meeting, one commissioner described how profoundly she was affected by her appointment to the commission. It prompted her to study the United States Constitution and fully explore the scope of her responsibilities as a citizen. It made her realize how significant her voluntary participation in the governing process was. Too bad her commentary was not about voluntary participation was not included in the staff report as requested. It was an object lesson in civics. The resolution before you discourages future commitment by citizens to volunteer their valuable time and experience, thereby setting a negative and unwise precedent. Please let discretion on behalf of the common good trump the narrower notion of volunteer service existing only at the council's pleasure. I urge you to vote against the resolution to dissolve the Integrated Waste Commission. Thank you.
Victor Roy, Rancho San Luis Rey, Oceanside. I am opposed to the elimination of the Integrated Waste Commission, and I am opposed to the consolidation of the Integrated Waste Commission and putting it under the control of the Utilities Commission, which already is overburdened with all of its current responsibilities. This is a very important commission, and it needs to operate independently from the Utilities Commission. I urge you to keep it in its present form. I was shocked to hear that Councilman Feller made a motion on August 21st to dissolve this commission. We need more public access for input and oversight in our local government, not less. The current 7 commissioners are doing an excellent job for the people of Oceanside on many different fronts. These 7 non-paid volunteer commissioners are providing valuable services to the city as well as to our greater community. For example, they have crafted and implemented the very smart Zero Waste Strategic Plan, which is currently in phase 1 of a 3-phase project. Going green and staying green is what this commission is all about. This is not the time nor the place to diminish this mainstream cause by elimination, consolidation of this commission. Going green and staying green is now an essential part of everybody's lifestyle. The presently constituted commission is providing a clear and concise vision and action plan of going green and staying green. Please give them your vote of confidence today and allow them to continue performing this good public service because they believe strongly enough in this issue of integrated waste so as to offer themselves and their valuable time so that our entire community benefits from it. If you dissolve, then you would be setting a bad example to the people of Oceanside. Last week at the Integrated Waste Commission hearing, September 17th, I also attended along with several other people. I asked the staff, Carrie Dale and Colleen, who were sitting there, from the commission's budget, to answer the question as to why $40,000 was surreptitiously taken from the commission's budget and transmitted to the city manager, Peter Weiss. They remained silent. I was again shocked. I asked the council today to please answer that question that has not been answered so far. Therefore, I oppose the elimination of the Integrated Waste Commission and the consolidation into the Utilities Commission, and I urge you to keep it in its present form. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmember Sanchez and the public. I am Nadine Scott, the Chair of the Integrated Waste Commission, for about, maybe 6 more minutes. I met with the 3 of you, Mr. Kern, Mr. Feline, and Mr. Feller, and you basically lied to my face and told me you had open minds and this was all about efficiencies. We know that seriously is not true. Your illogical behavior will cut 7 dedicated, talented, hardworking members of the public for no other reason than you didn't want me on the commission. I even offered to resign. Can you imagine? My commissioners are appalled at your behavior and oppose this. You've already reduced commissions. In 2011, you loved us. You didn't get rid of us. In late June of this year, you loved us. You reappointed somebody. But when you found out you couldn't throw me off the commission, then your mind started working and you decided, we're going to conspire and or pressure Ms. Dale to come up with the dissolution idea and give her the Integrated Waste Commission. Sadly, you can't remove me unless you dissolve the commission. How childish, how wrong-headed. Our bylaws were presented to you with the change that you cannot automatically remove the commissioner. That's council policy. And you know what? It's really good policy because that encourages more and more and more public participation, which apparently Mr. Kern, Mr. Feline, and Mr. Feller, you don't want public participation. You have chipped away at it, just like the other speaker said, for years. You'd rather be a dictatorship, I guess. You all politely laid to my face about cost savings. There are going to be none and actually it's going to cost more because you're going to have to change city code and you're going to have to do a lot of staff work to do that. The utilities commissioners really don't want this. They already have 4 to 6 meetings a month. It's ridiculous to try to do this now. You want to look at efficiencies? Look at how the utilities department is run. The 2 times I visited the commission meeting, 6 to 8 staff sat there collecting their salaries, their pensions, and in some cases their overtime. They're not bad people. They're there because Director Dale makes them come there. They don't participate. They just sat there. You want to look at money? Mr. Weiss, you want to look at efficiencies? Look at the Utilities Commission and all the wasted staff time. I have a message for you. Whoever walks in integrity or honesty walks securely. But he who makes his crooked ways will be found out. That's from Proverbs 10:9. And guess what? All 3 of you have been found out to be crooked. Because the minute we start asking about the money in the budget, this got hatched to get rid of me. And I don't mind. I would have quit if you would have had the nerve and the honesty to come to me and go, we don't want you on there, but we still believe in what the commission does. You all read the staff report. We attached 3 pages of what the commission does. You choose to be petty and vindictive and walk crookedly. You made several enemies tonight. No doubt you'll make many more. Like browning out our ambulances. How low can you people really get? I'm ashamed of you. Really.
Next 2 speakers, Jimmy Knott, Donna McGinty.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, and also I'm the Vice Chairman of the Utilities Commission. First off, I want to thank Director Dale and her professional staff. I reviewed the tapes of the meetings, and I have to say that this council puts her into quite a quandary and staff into quite a quandary. If they answered one way or they answered the other, it would have put them into quite a compromising position. But they answered the questions very diplomatically, and so I respect them for that. But I also want to say that we have in the commission itself, we decided not to take any position on the Utilities Commission on this because we are a service commission. And we will follow through with whatever directives you give us to do. Now that means is that we may have to take and change some of the things that we may be doing or how we may have to do it. Because as I have said before, if you're carrying a full plate and you're adding more stuff to it, either something has to go off of it or the plate has to change. And in that regards, my chairman, Jeremy, and myself met with Director Dale, and we came up with a contingency plan.
And then contingency plan, one thing I would request of you is that there are two alternates in our commission. They transferred or transitioned from an alternate position to a permanent position, both of them. And they exclusively, for this transitional period, be exclusively for integrated waste commissioners, if this is what you choose to do. And to show the height and of attention that in this condition, if you do choose to go ahead, that the chair or the vice chair be appointed to chair this committee, to show the attention and importance that we are going to relegate this to. And in that regards, I was asked to take and head this. And as vice chairman, I said I would take and do this, if this is what you wish to be done. I know that right now there are a lot of the commissioners on the Integrated Waste Commission, they are not too happy because of the way that this was handled, much like the way it was handled with the Telecommunications Committee, much like it was handled with the way with the Senior Commission. I wish that this council would learn to take and handle things just a wee bit differently and a little bit more professionally, approaching the different commissions before you take an action. Thank you.
Donna McGinty, Oceanside. I don't serve on any commission for obvious reasons. This particular group of people, I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed of the fact that they call staff and Carrie Dale and her aide liars in their commission meeting last week about the kind of time they spend preparing for these meetings that they have and all the information necessary to accommodate their demands in minute detail for everything they need to know without doing the research themselves, probably. They refer to you all, I'm sure with a couple of exclusions, as members of Mussolini's army, so to speak. They did that in the meeting. I didn't hear them do it tonight. I don't like the idea that they accuse Peter Weiss of being a thief or anything connected to it, or any of the rest of you being thieves in the night, stealing enterprise funds money. Why haven't they gone through the 10-day right-to-know public act of gaining information about what that is? Why haven't they talked to the finance director? Why haven't they gone through the right channels to get the information they want? How come Esther Sanchez and Jim Wood haven't provided it to them? Why do they keep hammering that stupid hammer and embarrassing the entire city with the accusations and derogatory remarks when it's nothing but being done for some crummy political gain in the next election? Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Council?
come back to me.
Excuse me, city manager wants to speak.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I just wanted to address the issue that was raised here and at the commission meeting about the $40,000 that was transferred to me. I can assure you it hasn't been transferred to me. In the franchise agreement you have with Waste Management, it provides for an annual franchise fee that is paid by them. There's also provision for the city to receive what they determine to be excess revenues as a result of enhanced recycling efforts. For this current year, the city received $80,000 in those additional revenues. Upon staff's recommendation, the council did approve that those monies be split 50-50. 50% would go to the general fund, 50% stayed with the rate stabilization fund and the solid waste fund. Because they were considered franchise fees, 100% of those could have remained with the general fund, but the council did approve as part of the budget process a 50-50 split. So that's where that $40,000 went. It did not go to the city manager's budget, but it went to the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Madam Chair, could you come up? I wanted to ask you some questions and kind of get some information out to the public who may not have been able to have a chance to read the staff report.
Certainly.
So, how often does the commission meet?
We meet as needed. We really respected the council's directive that we look for efficiencies, so we do not meet every month. Most of the months that we did not meet was because Director Dale could not be present, but we were very flexible at staff's requests.
So have you, in this past year, how often have you met? Every other month?
Let's see, it's September, probably 6 times.
6 times within the last year?
Yes.
And how many members do you have?
We have 7.
Okay. And did you have a quorum each time?
Every single time.
Okay. And how long were your meetings?
1 hour. That was one of my initiatives to save staff time. I wanted to ensure the agendas were 1 page long, if at all possible, that we did action minutes, which are very brief, and that we be there for an hour, because we realized staff time was being strained. We respected that. At the time Carrie Dale came in, we were down to 1 staffer. And so we were trying to make it as easy on her as possible, and so that's what I directed that we do from the chair.
Okay. Now, could you briefly describe the duties of the Integrated Waste Commission with respect to the waste hauler contract and our zero waste resolution of going 75% beyond, and implementation of our contracts?
Yes. Traditionally, we have monitored the contracts, not only integrated waste with waste management, which is the largest contract in Oceanside, but we've also monitored the green waste facility because it's very important to us. It's a Vanguard facility that saves us a lot of money. We also were very instrumental in doing the zero waste plan. Several of us sat on the selection committee for the consultant. We followed it minute by minute. We did lots of hours on the zero waste plan. We were able to bring that forth to council and get it adopted. It is, as one of the speakers mentioned, a 3-phase program. The low-hanging fruit, such as increasing recycling, very successful, but there's also phase 2 and 3, and now there's not going to be anyone who understands the issues, who realizes how important these issues are. There are legal issues. There are going to be penalties to pay if this city does not conform to some of the regulations. And by having citizens on this commission, I think it makes the pill a lot easier to swallow, because we all live here too, and we buy the goods and services from the various businesses that'll have to comply. We also went out to green fairs. Every public event, my commissioners willingly went out and performed and helped and took shifts. And I was really shocked to hear that none of us ever went, because every single one of my commissioners at the 17th hearing said, yes, we've all been to events and helped out.
Okay, and
that's the tip of what we do.
And with respect to phases 2 and 3,
yes,
these would be what you would be working on in terms of your work plan. What can you describe them briefly?
That's a good question. Be things like food composting, reusing, like we have the bulky item pickups with waste management. We want to put up a facility where people could come in and buy these items. Right now, we all call it Curbco. People cruise the streets and look for good items. There's a lot of good items that are actually being thrown in the trash. Business, we were thinking of doing a business green program. They have a very nice one in Carlsbad where businesses are rewarded and recognized for going green and having green practices, green construction practices. I mean, the list is enormous. And it was adopted by this council.
Yes.
And you do need people from the community to sell this to the community. You know, doing without plastic bags. I think I sent an article around where our recycling for plastic bags just isn't happening anymore. China's not going to take them and they're not recycling them. This is a serious issue. This is tons and tons and tons of fossil fuels being created to make plastic bags. So all in good time, these issues would all have been brought forward by our commission with cooperation of staff, which we often did not get.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Basically, I'm going to be opposing this and suggesting that they met, it sounded like every other month, that they at least meet on a quarterly basis. This came on a routine on our city council agenda August 21st, 2013. And it was simply, again, routinely, simply to present the Commission's work plan for approval for this coming year. And as I understand it, because we did not have a Commissioner there, attendance was not made necessary by the Commissioners. Now, I've worked with the Commissioners in the past, especially with respect to the waste hauler agreement. I attended WasteCon and CRA and really got educated and spoke with the consultant and really got behind this zero waste for Oceanside to get ahead of legislation, as well as to be innovative and to be the one to be bringing in green businesses. This was good for business. This was good for our beaches, keeping our beaches clean. This was good in terms of keeping our landfills, extending the life of the landfills in terms of costs, the regional costs. And bottom line, this was good for business, good for our business as a city, good for our businesses in the community. So I was actually quite surprised that on August 21st, rather than reviewing the work plan and approving it as we generally do, we've already cut down all of our commissions and consolidated really the two that have a lot to do with our citizens in terms of fees have to do with integrated waste, which is our waste hauling or trash, recycling, all of that, and our utilities commission, our water bills. All of that is on the water bill. So these are the two commissions that take that people, our residents, they tend to come and ask about their bill and make sure that we are doing our job in maintaining and keeping fees down and ensuring that whatever we do, it is the best possible service that we can provide. Putting these two together does not make sense to me. As I understand it, the Utilities Commission, 2 hours average meeting times. To add another hour to your meeting time, and I don't see that you can actually just assign 2 people, because it would really take the whole commission to get the whole presentation of what is going on with integrated waste. And there's a whole lot of things going on. Legislation is not going to stop. Our legislators are constantly passing laws that we need to get in front of. It costs us less if we know something's going to get implemented and we get up front and we reach out to our entrepreneurs within our city limits and say, look, we need these green businesses. We need you. How can we support you? We need public's participation in all of this, because bottom line, these are partnerships. These are partnerships with our business community. These are partnerships with waste management. These are partnerships with the community and city staff. So I really believe that this is a very, very bad road to go down. We've often heard, well, we don't want to expand government. This is actually the opposite. We are going to be taking over without providing the ability for the public to provide their input. Because I don't know how many people are going to sit, members of the public are going to wait around for the integrated waste part of a meeting, which might be 2 hours later, it might be 3 hours later. I don't know how many volunteers we're going to maintain, because we are not paying our commissioners. We are so blessed to have people that will volunteer to sit on these commissions. And Mr. Berry, you are right. We do need to have a cross-section of the community involved in these commissions, because we need to know, we need to have a good representation of what is important to our community. I don't know if it was one person. I don't know if it had to do with a request to send a letter regarding Gregory Canyon landfill, which I know our Utilities Commission is also concerned about in terms of the contamination of our water supply, and what this proposed landfill would do. I don't know what it was, but I can't be in the heads of my fellow council members here, but I'd like us to talk about and stop thinking in terms of, well, you know, I can do this and therefore I will. You know, I have the power. I can eliminate whatever commissioners I don't want because, you know, simply because, maybe because I don't like the way someone looks. I think we need to take a few steps back and say, okay, what is the issue here? Is it staff time? Because I don't see staff time being affected at all. In fact, I think there's going to be inefficiencies because people are not going to know where to go and who to ask. And it takes time to get people up to speed on these kind of issues. Believe me, if you start just reading the litany of legislation that's being proposed, I mean, that's almost a part-time job or even a full-time job, which we're not asking our volunteers to do. So we need our commissioners. We need to hear from the public. We want to, you know, continue to have this kind of volunteerism that we have from the public continue. It is really the goodwill that we depend on, and that I believe for us, our commissioners are our ambassadors. They go out in the community, they represent us, and how can someone from one commission having to do with all of these things, how can they represent us well if they're overburdened or they're, you know, worried that they haven't had a chance to read the packet that they just got the day before, maybe 2 days before, and all they're doing is feeling like a rubber stamp, which unfortunately that's what it's going to feel like, is just, you know, approving what staff tells you to approve. And I know you don't want to do that. I know you take your job very, very seriously. So I'm opposed to this. I'm going to move that we do not eliminate the Integrated Waste Commission, and that we instead work out a plan so that we try to be as efficient as possible, more efficient, I guess, because it sounds like there have been attempts to make it as efficient as possible, and perhaps eliminate one more meeting or something. That's my motion.
I'd second that. Thank you very much. With that, Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking through the documentation, I did have the opportunity to meet with the chairman of the commission, and I felt that meeting was very useful. I don't think it's certainly helpful to have personal attacks and have disparaging motives behind any decision that because someone comes to a different decision than you do. I think the point of a commission is to provide public input to help the council do the job that the majority wants to do, you know, as a whole. Hopefully that majority, ideally in a perfect world, would always be 5-0. Often it is not. And it's interesting that the items of Gregory Canyon is brought up, because if that was the primary motivation, certainly speaking for myself, that issue would have been dealt with in 2011. But since it is on the table here, it is kind of silly to think that a commission is there to run off on a political agenda that's in defiance of where the majority of the city council is on record of where they think the city ought to go. Now, anyone who's opposed to that majority view, you can form any committees you want, have all the meetings you want, attend all the appropriate hearings that are in place as a citizen. Having a commission or not having a commission doesn't prohibit any political input whatsoever. Being on a commission should be a technical job to implement city policy and to provide input on technical expertise that members of the council themselves may be missing. Now, yeah, and if it turns out that merging with the Utilities Commission isn't working for some reason, it can always be changed. You know, none of these are final decisions. The world doesn't end because something doesn't go your way And, and it can't be undone. Everything is an experiment in some ways that you're trying to find efficiencies, do things to work together, and some things work, some don't, some you need to fix, some you don't. And basically consolidating commissions who are there to implement city council policy, it's up to the council to decide what commissions are helping them with their job and which ones aren't. And that is nothing, has nothing to do with disparaging the volunteerism or the civic commitment of anyone who served on a commission or brought their expertise or their enthusiasm to an issue to try and make our city a better place. Oceanside, since I've moved here, I've been extremely impressed with the spirit of volunteerism that we've seen. And I'm amazed at the number of people who fill out applications to serve at various volunteer duties for our city, and that's a compliment to our city. And everyone, in fact, should applaud themselves for that kind of civic participation. But in the end, it's a council decision to decide which commissions help the council do its job. And there's nothing sinister in that decision or in that process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Kern, please.
Thank you. What people have to realize, and I went to the work plan, and I must underline the word direct about 7 or 8 times. Their job is not to direct anything. These commissions are advisory to the council, and I have not received any information from this commission for at least a year. I don't even know if they're liaison attends, because the liaison never reports out what happened at the commission. So I did meet with Ms. Scott, and I've got to say I was a little disappointed because she ended her meeting and said we ought to fire everybody on staff. That is not a way.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you, Nadine. I appreciate it. Let him finish up. Thank you. Mr. Kern.
Which, like I said, I was disappointed. And I guess that theme was carried over to the meeting that they had on the 17th. So, and I think that's part of the public record. So the idea that I appreciate everybody that volunteers. We've been trying to streamline government for the last few years. We have 15 commissions now, and I think Carlsbad just has 12. So we're still ahead of them as far as number of commissions, and I don't know if we're going to streamline anymore. The idea that, to me, this makes a lot of sense because your water, sewer, trash bill is what you receive, and so you can go to one meeting and address that commission, or you can address council at any time, but you can address that commission about anything on that single bill. So that is more efficient that way, and it helps the public that way. So the public does have a place to have input and a place to have questions. Most of the time, they don't wait for the commission hearing. Most of the time, they contact us on the dais directly through either through our aides or directly through us, and I refer them to the right department, whether it be utilities or public works or parks. And they get their answers to their questions addressed directly. So the idea that we try to be more efficient, we're trying to do things. Now, Councilmember Feline said this may be something we have to revisit in the future. Our contract runs with Waste Management for another 13 years. And so maybe in year 11 of that time, we form an ad hoc committee to start reviewing what the new waste contract will be when it expires. But between now and then, there's no real reason. There's a couple other items that were brought up about staff, about volunteers attending some of the events that were put on. I remember the last recycling event that was put on. I was out there helping Colleen set up her booth. I didn't see any of the commissioners. I was schlepping stuff. But that's what I do. I schlep stuff. Last year at Harbor Days, I know we're going to talk about Harbor Days later, but last year at Harbor Days, I was in the booth for about an hour. I didn't see any of the other volunteers. So the idea that I appreciate the work that they do, I appreciate everything, all the volunteers for what they do, but I think at the end of the day, we need to actually start saying, we're not going to do the same thing over and over again just because we've done it in the past. I think it's up to staff to implement council's actions, and they've done a very good job at that. And so I'm all for streamlining government. And so I think that the public will still be served. If you have any complaints about your trash bill or your water bill, call me, and then I'll refer you on to the utilities department to address those issues. But for me, I think this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
It's 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, here, so let's make it short and sweet and move on. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I'm listening to the reasons being given, and it sounds like it's really a rationale that we really don't need any commissions, because, we could just take care of it by having people just call in but the reason why we need commissions is we need to have recommendations about broader policies.
You don't get that on a one-to-one. So it seems to me really the bottom line is this is a political move. It's to remove people because they are really looking into how to make our city better, how to incorporate zero waste goals so that we don't need landfills, so that we can do things in a way that is going to be a cleaner footprint. So I'm really discouraged by this conversation. I was hoping that we talk about, if there's an issue of money, then talk about efficiencies. But the efficiencies, the only thing that I'm hearing is we don't need commissions. We really don't need commissions. We'll talk to people. This is a city of 180,000 people. We can't talk to everybody. We need our public members. So I'm saddened. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please vote.
Motion fails. 3-2 or 2-3. Kern, Feline, Feller, no.
So in expediency, I move approval.
So just to be clear, this is approval of the resolution that's attached to your, to the item 19.
Correct.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councilman Sanchez? Motion approved 3-2. Wood, Sanchez, no.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We come back for the 5 o'clock meeting, but I need at least 10 minutes for staff to do some things regarding presentations. I know you all have seats. You may not want to leave them. It's 10 minutes. If you go out the doors, up the stairs, bathrooms, water, be back in about 10 minutes for the continuation of the council. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Welcome to the Oceanside City Council. We have a small crowd tonight. I'm sorry about the chairs. There's also TVs in the lobby. If you want to stand, that's fine. However, we'll get started. If you have a phone or pager, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate it. Also, could everybody get up and move one seat to the left? No. No. Sorry, I had to do that. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we have some presentations at the beginning, and after that, I'm going to give you some leads. After the presentations, we're going to do item 31 first at a request from staff, and that should be very short. After that, we'll probably do item number 32, which I believe most of you are here for. So we'll move on in that direction. With that, Mr. Clerk, could you please, or excuse me, Valerie.
At this time, if you would all please stand for the invocation and also the Pledge of Allegiance. And this evening, leading us in the invocation is our City Clerk, Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, we come here today from all unique backgrounds, unique histories, unique presents, and unique futures, different faiths. And yet we come here to gather today to discuss the business of the city. We seek your guidance. We seek your wisdom. We seek your discernment in decisions that have to be made tonight. Lord, we pray upon the council members sitting here right now. And we ask your prayer upon Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Feline, Councilmember Feller, and Mayor Wood in their deliberations this evening. We ask for you to be able to speak through us through civil conduct and in a manner that brings peace to our city and unity to our city at this dire time. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight from the Soccer Club of Oceanside, we would call forward Shauna Lightholder, Chloe Lucio, and Jaden Truax.
Who's got the mic? You take it.
Ready, begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Picture time. Please be seated if you have a seat. Young lady, you can take a picture, move up. We're going to take one too. I know some of you are looking around and said the audience is going to the dogs, but that's because of later on. Thank you very much. Valerie?
For our first presentation, we have the Mayor's Oceanside Business Member Spotlight. And we'd like to call forward first the following members from the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. Their chairman of the board at OCC, Don Reedy. With him is board member C.C. Haas and CEO David Nidegger. And tonight's valued Oceanside business owner that we're honoring is Pam Pankey, who is the owner of Elegance Talent Agency.
Thanks, everybody. Let me tell you a little bit about Pam. Pam's the owner and agent of Elegance Talent Agency. It's a full-service SAG and AFTRA talent agency that's located in Carlsbad. She represents actors and models of all ages for work in film, television, commercials, industrials, print, promotions, voiceovers. No, huh? Okay, and trade shows. Elegance Talent Agency is actually, she's got 400 talents that she represents throughout Southern California. She's a member of the Oceanside Sea Lions, where she's the community liaison and pageant coordinator for the Miss Oceanside and Miss Teen Oceanside Scholarship Pageant, and she's been doing that for 34 years. And Pam's also a really... She started at 1, there you go. She's also a really valued member of the Oceanside Chamber, where she is an ambassador and on the Oceanside Harbor Day Committee, which, by the way, Harbor Days are Saturday and Sunday. Everybody here show up. Please. And perhaps you'll see Pam there because she coordinates the Miss Southern California Children's Teen Pageant, which is held during Harbor Days. She's originally from Chicago, lived in St. Louis, San Francisco, and Hawaii, got her wits about her and moved to North County, where she's lived since 1978. She's been married for 29 years, and she loves to travel and ski.
Pam, on behalf of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, we want to thank you for all your service that you give and everything you do, and for the mayor's, too, as his member of the month.
I think we are all microphone shy here, Mayor. But
No, I think
go ahead. She said no. Harbor Days, Harbor Days, Harbor Days. This weekend.
Let's hear for this honored. Thank you very much. Quiet, she didn't want to talk, and some of her audience out here, some of her, please.
I will introduce some of my guests. First of all, the president of the Oceanside Sea Lions, Suzette Lambavis. Thank you so much for coming and supporting me. And Miss Oceanside, Tatiana Robinson. Thank you. She's going to be the MC at the pageant on Saturday, so please come and join us at 10:30. Opening ceremonies are 10 a.m. Please come for that, and then the pageant's from 10:30 to noon. Thank you.
Picture. Hear it for her one more time. Thank you.
Next, we have a proclamation that's honoring National Hispanic Month. And we'd like to call forward the following individuals at this time. We'd like to start off with Councilwoman Esther Sanchez, if she would please come forward. And along with her, who happen to be here tonight, some of the Noche Mexicana volunteers. We have Yolanda Iniguez, Mayra Della, Tony Martinez, and Luis Oseguera with the Ballet Folklorica Tapatio de Oceanside.
And La Pela Tapatía, excuse me, el Ballet Folklórico Tapatio de Oceanside. These are local kids. These are our kids. We're also recognizing, in conjunction with National Hispanic Month, Heritage Month, we just had our 10th annual Noche Mexicana in Oceanside. This is a community event, community members, and it's a free event. So these are some of the folks that are able to make that happen. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you. And this is one of my favorite dancers right here. It's the Dance of the Viejitos. You have to see it. It's like really reminds me of what we're all going to look like in a few years.
Take pictures, they can come up.
Yeah, you can take it. So I'm going to let the proclamation be read, and then perhaps have Luis say a few words.
Proclamation in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October the 15th. Whereas this year, the City of Oceanside commemorated the 10th anniversary of Oceanside Noche Mexicana, a free community event held annually on September 15th, attended by thousands of Oceanside residents and visitors. And whereas this year's event included the wonderful support of the Oceanside Public Library, Friends of the Oceanside Public Library, the East Side Neighborhood Association, the residents of Libby Lake and Crown Heights, Ballet Folklorica Tapatio de Oceanside, North Coast Housing Incorporated, Sir Jobs for Progress Incorporated, La Perla Tapatia, Vista Community Clinic's REACH program, St. Mary's Star of the Sea Church, SoCal Pro Wrestling, Radio 99.3, Metro PCS, Angeles, Universal Sports Association, the Show Palace, and the City of Oceanside. And whereas Oceanside Noche Mexicana would not be possible without the generous financial contributions and partnership of title sponsor Wells Fargo. And whereas we thank the dedicated volunteers of the Oceanside Noche Mexicana Committee, including Luis Oseguera, Brian Enriquez Guetta, Yolanda Ineguez, George Lopez, Monica Chapa de Merck, Monica Hernandez, Pablo Jimenez, Ricardo Enriquez, Tony Martinez, Jimmy Figueroa, Yesenia Diaz, May Rodell, Juan Pacheco, Jessica Self, and Councilmember Esther Sanchez. And whereas we recognize the participation of Victor Corzo, representing the Mexican consulate, who led the Grito de Dolores, the traditional cry for Mexican independence. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated September 15th through October the 15th every year, and celebrates the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Mexico, Spain, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October the 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Oceanside.
Well, you heard the whole list of people involved with this small event. There were thousands of people who came. There were over 3,000 people, as I understand it. And every year it gets bigger. And every year it's a labor of love, and especially for all of these dancers who you see who practice and practice and practice. And then they come out with their parents watching and all their relatives and really make this a really, really fun event. It's a non-alcohol event. It is truly a community event. And Luis, I'd like to present this to you. Thank you so much for making this 10th, and every year he's been involved, 10th annual. Thank you very much, Luis.
Thank you, City Council Esther Sanchez and Mayor Jim Wood. It's an honor for us to participate in Noche Mexicana. It's an honor. It's a pleasure. We do it with all our heart. And what can we do for our city? We need to keep working and make our city better and better. This is what we can do for our city, to keep working with our community, to get them out there and perform in all our events. Thank you very much.
And we're going to take a photo, but I do want to say about Luis. Luis started this. Now he's pretty much a professional at this point. He goes to Mexico. He learns the steps. He brings back all of these the costumes, very, very expensive, and yet he's able to get communities to support this. Luis started doing this dance troupe. Because he was living at the time at Crown Heights, and he wanted the kids to have another thing to do besides being on the streets and possibly getting involved in gangs. So Luis did this. Started this as a free thing, and he's still doing it. And if you want to learn how to dance, he's still offering dancing lessons at Baldroma Park. What days, Luis? Wednesdays. So if you want to learn a little bit of jarabe tapatio and all that, come on down, because he can make you into a dancer. You want to make me, but I haven't done it yet. So thank you very much.
Valerie, you might have to get in the back of the room. Can we get some of the squeeze in, though, or turn sideways and move in? I wanted to get everybody in. Good-looking men on the back.
The big smile, face this way. 1, 2, and 3. We're going to do one more. Perfect. Smile, and now.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
That guy. Oh, God.
Now for our final presentation, we have our Team Presentation Award. And tonight with us we have Soccer Club of Oceanside's San Diego United Champions, Breakers G02 Blue. Steve. And we're going to start forward by calling their coach, Carrie Ann Fawcett. And their team members are as follows: Shauna Lightholder, Chloe Lucio, Jaden Truax, Elizabeth Ameskua, Carmen Berg, Stephanie Eaton, Addison Elvin, Serena Flores, Alexis Hamilton, Casey Martinez, Galilea Medina, Kaylee Marino, Delia Tapia, and Maya Zarate. Please give them a warm welcome tonight.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we have this team every time we have a council meeting, this is where we can bring them in here. They wear Oceanside on their jerseys or their outfits. They represent our city all over the county, sometimes state and nationally. As you can hear all the clinking going on, there's quite a few medals in this group, and that makes me happy. So they're going out being better citizens, representing the city of Oceanside, and we appreciate the parents, the coaches that go out there and make these youth part of our community and work so hard, the team moms and everything else. I'm going to pass the mic to you because you can say a few words about this great group and all their medals.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, council members, for honoring us with this award. This is my first year with this team, and I have a great group of girls and parents, very supportive. The San Diego United tournament was our third tournament. The first two we came in third and fell short of making it the championship game, but in this tournament, we lost our first game, but came back to win the next two and made it on to the championship game, which was very exciting in itself. We played the team we lost to in the championship game, Poway, and ended up beating them 1-0. So it was a very exciting day and one that we will sure remember for a long time. These girls work really hard, and I'm really proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Valley, some pictures. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you got family up here, move wherever you have to take a picture. That's what it's all about. Remember, live on KOCT TV. You can always get a copy from them for video, and sometimes that pays off. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for him one more time. Thank you very much. You can lead him close, because I don't think... Ladies and gentlemen, there's open seats up here for some of you now. That was for the teams we had down there. Please feel free to move down and have a seat down here if you can. The other thing, I appreciate your cooperation and patience. It's always nice to give out these awards to special groups, so I appreciate your...
Who's that?
While we're waiting, I'd like to go to item 29 to close the city attorney's report, please.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss item 1, conference with labor negotiator involving the unrepresented employees. There was direction to staff, but no reportable action at this time. Item 2, council met to discuss public employee appointment in the matter of the city manager. Again, there was direction to staff, but no reportable action. Item 3A, the City Council met to provide direction to its real estate negotiators involving the property identified on page 2, item 3A of the agenda. Under negotiations are price and terms for the property use agreement. There's no action to report. Item 4, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Dunnex, Cavalier Mobile Estates versus City of Oceanside. Again, no action to report on that item.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I appreciate it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here, we're going to vote for 31. When that's finished, it's supposed to be a short item. We'll move to 32, which I'm assuming most of you are here for. I thank you for that. And again, thanks for waiting through this presentations. That's kind of nice. With that, Mr. City Clerk, could we?
Item number 31 is approval to allocate Community Development Block Grant contingency funds in the amount of $25,400 to the Brook Street Swim Center, increasing the funding for existing project improvements, termite and roofing, and approval to amend the 2013-2014 action plan accordingly.
Thank you very much. With that, as mayor, I open this public hearing and ask for requests and disclosures from council members.
Just staff.
And none. Staff.
No contact.
Staff only.
With that, Mr. Clerk, correspondence or petitions?
None.
Thank you very much. Testimony, Ms. Turk. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Turk and City Council members. Eileen Turk, Neighborhood Services Division Manager. Simply here tonight to require, this public hearing is required due to allocation of CDBG funds for improvements to the Brook Street Pool. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Have a seat at the sidebar, please. And with that, Mr. Clerk.
This is a public hearing item. If any members of the public wish to speak on this specific item, you may come forward at this time.
You don't have to fill out a form if you want to speak at this item. It's a public hearing. If there's no speakers, I'll go back to the council. Mr. Clerk, I see no speakers.
No.
With that, I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council, please. Councilmember Sanchez.
Move approval.
Second.
And a second. And any discussion? If not, please vote. Told you it was quick.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Clerk, item number 32, which is Councilmember Sanchez's item.
Item number 32 is a request by Councilmember Sanchez to consider a ban on the sale of dogs in pet stores within the City of Oceanside and direction to staff.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to, we do have an organized presentation, but I do want to, at this time, begin by saying that I am asking the council to
I will be asking the council to direct our city attorney to draft an ordinance regarding the banning of the retail sale of puppies from puppy mills. So at the very, very start, I want to make sure that, because I want to narrowly tailor this ordinance, I'm going to want to hear from the public. There might be some changes in the way the language actually ends up being in terms of the motion, but that is really what I'm looking for. There is an issue that has been raised that could be a very costly issue for us in terms of this being a city and having to deal, that certainly impacts our contract with animal control. And so I'd like to, at this time, ask Rebecca Snyder to come forward. Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. I'd like you to go ahead and do the presentation. I know you have a few people, and thank you.
All right. Good evening, ma'am, gentlemen. If everyone is here in support of a ordinance for the ban for the retail sale of dogs, if you could please stand up so the City Council could see the support that's here. Thank you. If you could please sit down. I'd like to introduce Jim Kilby, Leslie Davies, Scott Sterling, Chris Nelson, Elaine Gottsack. We represent the majority of voters against puppy mills who know the facts and understand why this issue is so important. Selling puppies in a retail store is a business that is built on cruelty and profit over quality. This kind of business is a black eye for Oceanside. It's an embarrassment to our community, and it will financially add to the burden of our taxpayers.
We're going to move to next week. You sure?
Okay, my name's Jim Kilby. I'm a resident of California for the last 5 years. I retired from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I was a professor. And I'm the proud guardian of 2 dogs, 5 cats, and a mouse. All are rescues, and they're all homeless. Now today you're going to hear the word puppy mill. I'd like to explain to you what a puppy mill is. We've all heard of it. Now here's the definition of a puppy mill. A dog breeding operation in which the health of the dogs is disregarded in order to maximize low overhead and maximize profits. That's what a puppy mill is. It's basically, it's just they kick out animals. That's basically what the animals do. Next slide, please. Now, let me take you inside of a puppy mill. This is what a puppy mill looks like. This is where these animals are going to live their whole lives. Now, the puppies will get out. The puppies may find a home. I don't know if you know this, but 25% of all the animals put to sleep in shelters throughout the United States are purebreds. 1 in 4 that are put to sleep are purebreds. And many of them come from this area. Next one. Goodman, Missouri is where the Hunt Corporation is located. And let me tell you a little bit about Missouri. According to the ASPCA, Missouri is known as the puppy mill capital of America. According to ASPCA, it's home to over 3,000 commercial dog breeding facilities, and it supplies more than 40% of all U.S. pet store sales in the United States come from Missouri. Mr. Salinas has admitted he gets his puppies from the Missouri-based Hunt Corporation. Last year, Hunt distributed more than 90,000 puppies nationwide. I wonder how many of those animals will be executed, put to sleep. Next slide, please. Hunt has received an F rating from the Better Business Bureau. Here's a picture of some of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources have taken of dogs at their Hunt facility. Next slide, please. Inside the facility, here's what it looks like. Here's a poor puppy mill mother. She'll spend her entire life in a cage like that, just kicking out babies until she's of no longer use, and she'll be euthanized herself. Next one, please. Here's a rescue from a puppy mill. There's a rescue. It's terrible, horrible. None of us would ever allow our animals to get this way. The puppy mills, this is what they do. Next one, please. Another rescue. Puppy mill rescue. Next one, please. Next one. Reputable breeders do not sell to puppy stores. They do not. In 2010, Missouri voters passed what they call the Puppy Mill Cruelty Prevention Act. The voters in Missouri thought this was appropriate. And what it did, it looked like it was a nice legislation. It established minimum standards of humane care. Wire floors and cages were to be eliminated by 2011. Maximum breeding females per facility was going to be no more than 50 breeding females. And the cage height, they had to specify, had to be tall enough for the animal to stand up. That'd be tall enough for the animal to stand up. Would you think that'd be a no-brainer? And no more than 2 litters per 18 months. Well, the dog breeders and the farmers rebelled in Missouri, and they somehow forced the governor, or convinced the governor, to come with what they call the Missouri Compromise, which said that it allowed existing wire flooring, existing cages with existing wire flooring to remain indefinitely. So those animals in those cages would stay in a wire cage floor for the rest of their life. No wire flooring in new enclosures after 2016. No limit on breeding females, as many as you want. No cage on height, no cage height restrictions. The animal can't stand up fine as long as the uterus works. And no restrictions on litter frequency. Dogs are social animals and deserve the human contact they so long for. No dog should ever be sentenced to life in a puppy mill. I see signs around here that say, it says, my pet, my choice. Cruelty should not be a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to say, please maintain it. It keeps the evening going longer. I appreciate it. I understand the compassion on both sides, but let's just move on. Thank you.
Thank you, and we still are continuing with our presentation, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to state here that this is not, we are not seeking, I am not seeking to include Oceanside breeders. This is very, very specific and related to cruelty issues. So I just want to make sure that people understand that. There are also some exemptions that we have been discussing that include publicly operated animal control facilities or animal shelters, private charitable nonprofit humane society or animal rescue organization, or publicly operated animal control agency, nonprofit humane society, or nonprofit animal rescue organization that operates out of or in connection with a pet store. So again, we are, what we're talking about is a very, very specific problem that has come to within our city lines. So if you could continue. Ms. Snyder, thank you.
I'm going to briefly talk about what a USDA standard is, because the dogs that you do see in the stores, they are federally and state licensed. They are federally and state licensed under breeders that fall under the USDA standard. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of what those standards are, so you know that what the dogs go through, the mothers that are back in the milk. If you think about the package of meat you buy, it has the USDA stamp on it. Now compare that to a puppy. It's the exact same stamp. It's the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The temperature of the puppy mills. There are no upper or lower temperature restrictions for dogs that are being housed outdoors. It is recommended that if they're below 45 degrees outdoor, that bedding is suggested, and if it's above 85 degrees, a fan is suggested. However, based on this recommendation, you don't have to do anything, and that means an animal can live in, say, Minnesota in a puppy mill when it's 9 degrees out, and they do not have to have anything under the USDA standard. Housekeeping. Standards only require cleaning every 2 weeks. In a kennel with multiple dogs, the accumulation of hair, dirt, debris, saliva, urine, and feces that builds up in a 2-week period is atrocious, and it's a breeding ground for disease. The cage sizes. Do you have an example here? The dog must be able to turn around, and the only height requirement is that a cage must be 6 inches taller than the dogs inside. A dog will live their entire life in a cage exactly this size until it can no longer be bred. Breeding. In a commercial breeding setting, females are either mating, pregnant, or nursing their entire lives. The puppies are the lucky ones that leave. For the females, this results in malnutrition and complete and utter exhaustion for the mother dog. Additionally, this results in lifelong behavioral problems developed during the puppy's first 8 weeks of life. As they grow up, their very first week in cramped, filthy environments. These are the dogs of the puppies you see in the store. The sources I got this from, this is not an animal rights extremist slant whatsoever. This is from the Animal and Plant Inspection Service Handbook, which is a handbook that they look at for the UDSA when they're conducting inspections. Please keep in mind that there are less than 100 USDA inspectors in the entire U.S., and there are over 10,000 facilities to be inspected, which includes everything from SeaWorld to research labs to zoos to slaughterhouses to kennels. So even if the minimum standard is enforced, which is the minimum standard of what I've shown you, it is barely there to begin with. But half the time it's not even enforced. Give me a second, I'd like to go to the next one. I'd like to talk about the Hunt Corporation, which is the middleman. We talked about the puppy mills. This is not directly where the puppy stores get their dogs. They have to get them from a middleman or a broker, and that is the Hunt Corporation in Goodman, Missouri. Mr. Salinas, the owner of San Diego Puppy and Oceanside Puppy, has been on record saying that he gets his dogs exclusively from the Hunt Corporation. The Hunt Corporation is the connection to the puppy mills. This is an ad in one of the local newspapers in the Midwest that the Hunt representatives will be there to pick up dogs for the breeding. Excuse me, for the puppies to be sold. The Hunt Corporation is one of the biggest puppy mill brokers. They supply Petland and many other stores with puppies. They are located in Goodman, Missouri, and they supply the majority of puppies to the U.S., Argentina, Chile, and Japan. After they leave the Hunt Corporation, after they've been there approximately 5 days, the puppies are sold to the broker we talked about, the Hunt Corporation, and then they continue to the store. They arrive to their destination in commercial trucking, often trekking thousands of miles. The puppies start their lives in poor, much like the parents at the puppy mill kennels. They live in their own feces and are hungry until they reach their destination. If you ask a pet store employee where their puppies come from, they will tell you that they do not come from puppy mills, which is a deceitful way to tell the truth, because the puppies come from the Hunt Corporation, which in turn buys them from the puppy mill. I'd like to make the connection between puppy mill and Hunt Corporation and the store. And this is the Hunt logo.
Consumer, we have a right.
Could you get the mic down so we can hear you, all hear you? Thank you. Yes.
Okay. As a consumer, we do have a right to choose the products we want to buy. A seller, on the other hand, has a moral and an ethical obligation to provide their consumers with accurate information regarding the conditions of these products. A consumer relies on truthful information in order to make an informed choice. Mr. Salinas commits fraud every time he tells his customers that his puppies do not come from puppy mills. Mr. Salinas is intentionally engaging in deceitful business practices. Puppy mill dogs often come with hidden and serious health problems. Consumers who unwittingly buy these inferior products suffer both financial and emotional, suffer both financially and emotionally when their new puppies develop health or behavioral issues. It's a matter of semantics with Mr. Salinas. There is no legal definition for what a puppy mill is, but everybody would universally define those USDA breeders as being a puppy mill. For Oceanside to continue to allow Mr. Salinas to conduct business in our city is unethical and it is un-American.
Mayor Woods, council members, you have an opportunity here to reach the moral high ground and speak up for creatures who don't have a voice. You have seen visual presentations of the conditions of which the animals go through that are being retailed out of Mr. Salinas' store. Now, I believe in free enterprise. But along with it comes the responsibility of full disclosure. And there is no full disclosure here. Twice, Mr. Salinas has been sued for the condition of the animals successfully at significant numbers. Not only vet bills, but the cost of the animal. These conditions will persist if we allow the retail outlets to persist. Now, I'm not blaming Mr. Salinas for the condition of the puppy mill. I'm only saying that he is contributing to the problem by engaging in the activity of distributing these animals that have been abused. They can't come in here and talk to you. They don't have a voice here. Only those of us who care about the condition of animals can speak for them. Now, it's interesting to note that we have, in God we trust. And as I recall it, God gave dominion of the animals to us. With dominion comes responsibility. It is now your responsibility to take this information and do the right thing. Thank you.
I'm going to present my personal opinion. As a military member, I'm a U.S. Marine with over 15 years of active duty service. Camp Pendleton has approximately 22,000 Marines, the majority of whom make less than $30,000 a year. Having a puppy store less than 3 miles from the front gate of Camp Pendleton, which directly targets the service members on purchases that they cannot afford, is an affront to the character of Oceanside businesses and to the service members. Many service members cannot afford a dog from Oceanside Puppy. However, through offering no money down and in-house financing, these facts are concealed. The animals they are selling, they're for $2,000 to $4,000 plus, and plus the first year of an animal's life, you can expect approximately $1,000 in vet bills and all the supplies you need to buy for an animal, which ends up ranging from, upwards of $5,000. I have this figure here because that would be 10 to 16.7% of an E5's base pay. That's 10% of a sergeant's base pay. How is that supportive of the troops? When I went in Oceanside Puppy, there was a young Marine who had his family and said he had $40 in the bank and his credit check had come back poor. The young Marine had a family to support and he had less than $100 in purchasing power, and he should have no business paying 6.7 to 16% of his annual salary to any business owner. This further adds to the point that Oceanside Puppy is not concerned with the troop or consumer welfare from the military members, but rather added revenue siphoned to unwary buyers and guaranteed collections from the military members, so much like the used car dealerships. I wonder if there's a cap on Oceanside Puppy's in-house financing extended to military members, similar to what the government put in place for the Military Lending Act of 2007. The emerging practice against our servicemen and women needs to be addressed, as they deserve better from this city. Oceanside Puppy gets their puppies from commercial dog breeding facilities that are operated with an emphasis on profits above animal welfare, also known as puppy mills. Regardless of how cute the faces are or how ethical Oceanside Puppy might appear, their very existence as a facilitator of puppy mills and breeders that mass-produce dogs in a world that is highly overpopulated is a moral abomination. Surely our military should have the right to choose. They should have the right to choose where they buy a dog, to choose from either a reputable breeder or from one of the dozens of local shelters or one of the hundreds of rescue organizations within San Diego County, but not to be coerced into filling Oceanside Puppy's accounts at the expense of the city's relationship with the troops.
Albuquerque, New Mexico banned companion animal sales in 2006, and the results are stunning. According to NBC, since the ban started, animal adoptions have increased 23%, and euthanasia at city shelters has decreased by 35%. Of course, critics of this ban insist that people looking for a purebred will just order from the internet and by default a puppy mill. But going back to the numbers, what would it mean if the converse is true for Oceanside? What if, by allowing Oceanside Puppy to sell breeding dogs and encouraging buyers to breed, we decrease adoptions by 23% and increase euthanasia by 35% at our shelter? What does that do to the price of our animal control contract? While it's true that some people will still go the puppy mill route, Albuquerque's proven success shows that a ban will both save money and save the lives of perfectly good animals looking for a lovely home. David Salinas, the owner of both Oceanside and San Diego Puppy, recently gave an interview to Channel 10 News in which he told a blatant lie. He said, San Diego Puppy is actually leading now in the cause of spay and neuter. To fact check this, I called all 4 vets he uses and asked if they had a discount or special offer in conjunction with the store. No, but when pressed, they said they did offer the county rates for spay and neuter when customers asked, which is great, but that program has nothing to do with Salinas and it's been in place for years. Next, I went to Oceanside Puppy on Saturday, September 14th. I asked the manager if any of the puppies were spayed or neutered. No, he said, occasionally 1 or 2 come in fixed, but most are not. I asked if the puppies were fixed before adoption. He answered no. I asked if they had recommended an age to spay or neuter the puppies once they were in a home. No, he said. Most people want their dogs to have more puppies, so they won't spay or neuter them. Is this what David Salinas considers leading the cause? Here's why Salinas and his no spay or neuter policy matters. The average unaltered female and her offspring can produce 67,000 puppies in 6 years. Let's be conservative, and let's assume that only 5% of this number are actually born. That's 3,350. Then again, conservative, let's assume only 2.5% of those will enter the Oceanside shelter. That's 134. That would mean every year, for every female puppy Oceanside Puppy sells, 22 additional dogs will enter our shelter. How many females will he sell? Let's guess one a week. So that's 52 times 22, which equals 1,144 new dogs every year going into the Oceanside shelter. Last year, a total of 2,789 dogs were turned in. Do we need 40% more? So it's not just the inhumane treatment of animals that Oceanside Puppy is complicit in. It's the pending increase in the cost of running our shelter, which our city will have to pay for. I have the signatures here of hundreds of Oceanside voters who agree with us. We've just started to collect the signatures because we haven't had a whole lot of time. But I urge you to consider investigating why an ordinance like this would be good and to write something that's reasonable and includes no ban on breeding dogs for reputable breeders. We love reputable breeders. Thank you.
We are counting on our elected officials to do the right thing. Once we know better, we must do better. Oceanside Puppy is wrong for our city's status and reputation and is definitely not the right thing for dogs. A puppy mill store may not be illegal, but it is wrong. Dogs bred in puppy mills live in a cruel and inhumane environment, and while the suffering of the puppies at the store may be short-lived, the misery and the suffering is lifelong for many of their parents, as you've seen in tonight's presentation. Additionally, the Oceanside Puppy Store owner believes himself to be above the law. He refuses to comply with the San Diego City ordinances, and he refuses to appear in court as a defendant, causing continuances and costs to our court system. He wastes the time of the OPD officers by calling them out every time there is a lawful demonstration at the store. His business encourages breeding, which will add to the numbers of dogs in our shelter and likely increase the cost of the city's animal control contract. Finally, he targets the military, who should not be encouraged to incur $2,000 in debt to buy a puppy, especially since they often end up relinquishing their dogs in the face of deployments and cross-country moves. We are asking you to direct the staff to take the time to investigate this business. Review all the reports that are available to you now regarding what happened in San Diego. Get the facts. Allowing Oceanside Puppy to continue to operate in our city, it's not an American rights issue. It's not an animal rights issue. It does not affect reputable breeders. It is about doing the right thing for our city and the compassionate, humane thing for animals. Retail sales of mill-bred puppies should be prohibited by city ordinance. This concludes our formal presentation.
Thank you very much. Now, again, the idea here is to address a very, very specific problem that has come to Oceanside. This came to Oceanside because of San Diego, the city of San Diego's ban on puppy mills, and so I did ask the city attorney to look at the legislation that was adopted in San Diego to see if there were any issues there. He does not have any language today. What we wanted to do is actually listen to everyone and make sure that we are narrowly tailoring this to address the problem. Now, you heard about, obviously the cruelty issues having to do with puppy mills. You saw the pictures, but you also heard about the cost to taxpayers. Our current contract with the Humane Society is almost $1 million a year.
$1 million a year. And that is out of the general fund. That is our taxpayers paying. That means that it's not going to our parks, it's not going to our beaches, it's going to animal control, including having to figure out what to do with all of the animals that we end up having that are, dropped off at the animal shelter. We have a very good system of volunteers coming forward and trying to address this, our current issue, but this complicates and makes our problem even more difficult, more stressful to our volunteers, trying to figure out what to do with our extra dogs. And you also heard about the added problems that we're having with our military personnel who are also becoming victims of this. So, Mr. Mayor, I have a very general motion to make. I hope there will be a second, and then I hope that we can hear from the public. And that is that I move that the council direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance banning commercial establishments from selling dogs from pet stores unless the animal is obtained from the Humane Society or from a tax-exempt rescue organization. Such ordinance to exempt Oceanside breeders as Oceanside breeders. And I would be asking the city attorney to look at what San Diego did and come up with something that will address the problem, but also allow for our obviously we have some dog lovers in Oceanside. We've got a dog park. We love our pets here in Oceanside, and we do not want to address any of that. What we want to address is the problem. So if I could have a second, Mr. Mayor.
I certainly would be happy to second that.
Thank you very much. And if we could hear from the public?
Yes, I'll go back to my Mr. Clerk and hopefully, let me explain this real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I know it's a work week for some of you, and we want to get out of here early enough to get you back home. What I'm saying is we need to listen to everybody, but I will tell you, how many do we have?
So we have 47 speakers who've submitted slips for this evening.
What I'm getting to at 3 minutes each, that's too long. I'm going to limit to 2 minutes each. If somebody gets up above you and says exactly what you're going to say, you still can come up. But you may want to change what you're going to say or add a little different or make it a little shorter. And like I say, it's both sides. I want to say this before you start. Prior to this meeting, I had met with my clerk, the city attorney, the deputy city manager, and the San Diego Humane Society regarding this issue that's happened in southern San Diego County. I'm a dog lover, have dogs, and I'm really concerned about this, so I have an opinion, but I like to hear from everybody. What it really came down to is we were looking at an ordinance before this date, but we also wanted, like Councilmember Sanchez says, sometimes we don't know it all, and we want to hear from you, and maybe there's things we forgot. One way or the other. We don't want to hurt people, but the Humane Society had been trying to assist us by saying, we'll be happy to give them dogs to sell, but they're rescue dogs. I don't want to leave out cats. Cats is an issue too, so I want to have something in there with cats. I wanted to say this to you before I turn to Councilman Sanchez and say I'd like to have cats in that too, because we have a problem with this thing. I wish more people would neuter or spade their animals, but that's a different story. Thank you, and all those people that are here want to be on TV. It's going to probably start over there, so that's good. And with that, could we go with the number of people that are going to talk tonight? 2 minutes, if you would.
Yes, prior to calling up members of the public to speak on this item, I just want to provide some clarification. In Article 1, Section 2.1.26, it states that council policy is the amount of time allocated to speakers on a particular item shall be established by the presiding officer, but no event shall exceed in excess of 3 minutes. So today we're only doing 2 minutes, so you only have 2 minutes to speak. And secondarily, in Section B, it states that there shall be no sharing or donation of time to speak between individual speakers. Each speaker must utilize his or her own time and or waive any excess time remaining. Speakers shall be afforded opportunities to speak as directed by the presiding officer or an alternate basis relative to supporting or opposing an agenda item. Basically saying you can only speak for 2 minutes. Unfortunately, you can't share that time with anyone else. If you do not wish to speak and you've submitted a blue form, when I call your name, if you just want to say, I'm not going to speak, that would be totally fine with me. So I will begin calling you guys up in order of 4 at a time. So the first 4 that we have is Michael Stokely, Bonnie Garrett, David Salinas, and Kurza, I apologize, I cannot pronounce his last name very well, Schlesinger, I believe. I apologize for that.
If I may add to that, please, have 2 podiums. You line up, come to either one, keep rotating them. They'll go quicker and faster. They both work. When you get up there and you give your information, you'll see the light come on and it goes for the time frame. Thank you. Applause and booing, let's keep that down to nothing.
Mr. Mayor, at the Coastal Commission, one of the things that the chair would say is if you agree with the speaker and you want to show your enthusiasm, you go like this.
Go like this.
And if you don't like it, it's like this. So in other words, so that we can hear the speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
I understand I have 2 minutes now.
That's fine.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, and you cannot speak concurrently. It has to be 1 at a time. I do apologize.
Okay. I'll go. I was told I had 3 minutes, so this is scripted for 3, so this is...
Excuse me, are you representing who? The store?
Well, listen, thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Mike Stokey, and I represent the Hunt Corporation, and I'm here to today...
Well, remember, ladies, okay.
And I'm here and I'm here today to speak to the facts about our organization, contrary to the rumors, innuendos, and emotions that smear our reputation today. The Hunt Corporation is the industry leader in animal welfare, committed to the highest level of standards in the areas of animal husbandry, genetics, veterinary practices, nutrition, compliance, and regulation. And that is fact number 1. Leading to another fact is that we are a licensed provider purchasing from the top-of-the-line professional breeders who share our commitment to animal welfare, not those that are depicted in the pictures that you've seen today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain it. Thank you.
We, as a licensed provider, we purchase from top-of-the-line professional breeders who share our commitment, as I mentioned, and we then sell and deliver to only upmarket pet retail stores, such as those owned by Mr. Salinas, and our customers share our commitment to quality and must be under veterinary supervision. As a licensed provider, we are compliant to all federal and state regulatory agencies, operating legally in all states where we conduct business, including your great state of California, and in addition, we support and strenuously adhere to all applicable animal welfare laws. The Hunt Corporation also has partnered with the American Kennel Club to promote responsible pet ownership, and by that I mean that all of our puppies are microchipped and enrolled in a lifetime membership in AKC's recovery database, which is the largest of its kind in the world. And consumers also receive free training support for their puppies. And another fact to consider, a study conducted by Cornell University has confirmed that less than 3% of all puppies in shelters come from pet retail stores. Microchip any puppies in the shelters here, and I can almost guarantee you that they are not Hunt puppies from Mr. Salinas' store. We are going crazy here. Okay, and the last year, just a transportation of our puppies. I saw the pictures. Thank you for that picture. That is what we do in our transportation. We spare no expense on our puppies to transport them safely with care and comfort and health for all Hunt puppies. And lastly, as the educational leader, this weekend is our 14th annual 2-day event where we have 1,400, that's 1,400 breeders who have signed up to attend. Breeders receive education from industry experts in a variety of fields, and Mr. Salinas has been a regular Thank you.
Hold on. I know it's 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. This is somebody representing the other side. It's kind of important in the issue. I'm going to let them stray over the time. corrects to the people. It isn't that I don't keep you a little shorter, but, you know, you got a presentation from the other side, so I'll let them go a little longer. But with that in mind, sir, finish up or wind it down. Thank you.
But in the 3 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever the time allowed here, that is not enough time to really fairly represent
I understand
what we
that,
do.
so that's
Please
why I
come
was
and
letting
see
you
us.
go over a little. Thank you.
And thank you. Pictures of our facility, not what you see in the pictures. Our breeder educational conference, guest speakers with breeders.
Sir, wind it down. I appreciate it. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please give me the opportunity. You may not agree, but he didn't say anything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, I'll let you wind down. You also can submit your PowerPoint as part of the record to the clerk.
It was submitted earlier today in the
I
office.
just want you to know that you can be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Members of council.
Could you pull your mic up so we can hear you?
Certainly. Councilmember Sanchez, we respect what you are trying to do. However, let me say clearly, my name is Kira Schlesinger, by the way. I represent Mr. Salinas and Oceanside Puppy as counsel. Let me say clearly that Mr. Salinas is not the problem. He is a bona fide businessman who is honest and doing the very best he can. I visited his facility myself. The problem is if you're trying to craft an ordinance along the lines of the San Diego ordinance, be aware that that ordinance is constitutionally infirm. It violates the Dormant Commerce Clause, and it violates the good faith that Mr. Salinas has put in. It was crafted without the proper due process provisions. It is extremely vague. In fact, the language that ended up in that would turn any one of us that sold a single puppy for profit into a, quote, a commercial establishment. And it is not true what these people, these very passionate people, are saying, because they even put in that version a whereas the prohibition on selling in pet stores may reduce the number of puppies in shelters. The problem with this is the evidence that they bring forward is no evidence at all, because it does not talk about and has not talked about the conditions in shelters. And it is a fact, verifiable, that only 11% of the Oceanside puppies are even purported to be purebreds. So the issue of taxing or putting a higher tax on your animal control is completely specious. Those animals aren't even, I would venture to say by looking at them, they're not even purebred, because the reason is if you have the choice and the opportunity to pick the animal that is most appropriate to your family and lifestyle, which you only get through the pet stores, not through the shelters. The shelters...
Okay. Sorry.
The shelters...
Not verbal hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am.
The shelters offer the average age for the shelters is 3.7 years. They are mixed breeds. Those people that care about and want a purebred puppy can get those puppies at Oceanside Pet. The way the ban is written now, it is both over-inclusive in that it takes in a legitimate business that is handling the puppies, raising puppies, and maintaining healthy puppies with lots of transparency and information regarding those puppies. And it is under-inclusive in that it doesn't take in or even consider shelters that are also known in many instances to have very poor living conditions for the puppies and for the dogs. So therefore, I would ask your honors to consider the facts very carefully before you begin to craft any legislation.
Ma'am, I thank you very much for your speech, and here's what I'm going to tell you. Any other literature you have, please make sure it's sent to our city attorney. He's going to get direction tonight, I guess, one way or the other. If you have something you didn't have enough time, we want to hear from everybody. If you have something to add to that, to the clerk or the city attorney, and we'll put that in the records, okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
You.
I'm trying to be fair with that. Go ahead.
And I just want to remind you that we do not have the language today. This is for direction to the city attorney. So we don't have, we're not talking about the San Diego, just doing the San Diego ordinance. We want to make sure that we take care of the problem and protect our own animal breeders here in Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is David Salinas. I'm the owner of Oceanside Puppy. I guess
can't hear you very well, so that's the mic.
I'm the owner of Oceanside Puppy and San Diego Puppy.
Well, thank you, sir.
I guess I'm the devil here. I'm the really bad person. They will say it. They've wished a lot of ill harm on me. My life is they feel like my life is in jeopardy. And I'm actually You think it's a joke, but look at the news. Animal rights extremism is not a joke. PETA has been deemed by the FBI as a terrorist group. Let me show you something. Look, Ms. Sanchez, you're making funny faces, but it's not the truth. Take a look at this. See that?
No.
I'm speaking on behalf of Bonnie right now.
Okay.
One of these animal rights protesters, the lady with the red hair, I don't know where you're at. We filed a police report, okay? And you're going to get arrested, okay? Here, and it's a bandaged arm by the paramedics of a lady that got over anxious, got mad, grabbed her because she had some kind of documentation in her hand, and felt that it was okay to snatch like a 2-year-old. Okay, this is not acceptable. This is the kind of crap that we're putting up with in our store. Okay, animal rights extremism is not a joke, and therefore, if they're extreme, what do you think of their propaganda? Okay, guys, let's get realistic. Do you honestly think that all those puppies come from those conditions that they show you? Half-truths are lies, okay? Our breeders are regulated by federal and state standards. On top of that, we don't work with breeders that have direct violations. If they have an indirect violation, the food bowl was uncovered. Okay, well, you know what? That needs to be fixed, but it's not a bad breeder. Okay, if a breeder has a direct violation, that means it has something to do directly with the welfare of the animal, we cut them off. See, that's for Bonnie. Can I speak on my behalf now?
Yes, sir.
I'm the only business that's affected here. You guys are putting me out of a job. You're putting my employees out of a job. And a lot of my employees are Hispanic. You know, I am a minority. And Ms. Sanchez.
Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Both sides. Like, you know, we never finished tonight if we did this thing. What they say, one side or the other, it doesn't matter. We're listening. We have to. That's why we're here. I want to be fair. Hold on. With that, anything you want to add, like I said before, we write up the ordinance, fine. As for any issues, call the police department or whatever. But for your sake, I'm just here to say we're going to listen to everybody. You're one of them, and you've got an audience that's not on your side. I understand it. We get it all the time.
I understand. I just want to remind you guys of that liberty, okay? We have a right as citizens, as a legal business owner who is the backbone of Oceanside, to run a legitimate business. I've bled, my blood, sweat, and tears into this business. I love...
Your time is up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me out. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just a point of procedure. I mean, we had the proponents of the ordinance had an unlimited time to give their presentation, and it seems somewhat unfair that the people who are affected by the ordinance are being cut off at unlimited time. Now, we can...
That organized presentation was my presentation.
Okay, well, I think we can either do it now, or when my time comes up, they're going to come up and say the same thing. I'm trying to do this efficiently, but...
Right, when your time is...
undemocratic to have one side get unlimited airtime and one side to be arbitrarily cut off. That's just my suggestion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, you don't help it any. You just make it drag out longer and longer and longer. And sometimes it affects your votes up here at the dais. Consider that. He has a point. The problem with is we had a presentation. I can go for 3 minutes. You'll be here all night for figured it out 3 minutes. I will put 2 minutes, hoping to get the information, told them, let some of them go over the 3 minutes, trying to be fair to who they are and who's speaking. On the other hand, too, they can present anything they want to the clerk or city attorney. It'll go on the record, and they'll be there. So we're trying to save you and the audience time and effort. You'll get to speak if you got your slip in there. As for more time for the council member, I understand it. I'm trying to save all of us and you more time by saying, let's move through it. Your applause, your boos, your et cetera, all it does is extend it. I think you people up here understand what's going on. We're looking at it. Yes, we do have the right to come up with ordinances on this type of thing. With that, let's smile and look good for the camera over here, and that way we'll have a good thing going for the rest of the night. We understand. I think all of us are adults. With that in mind, let's keep going forward and talk. If there's somebody who has a whole lot to say, a little longer than 2 minutes, I'm willing to let it go long or talk. But then the people that didn't get more than 2 minutes get upset. Can't win, so go with that. Thank you.
Bonnie Garrett, you may come forward to speak at this time. So she's not here. We'll move on to our next set of speakers. Just a reminder, if you would please come in the order that you're called and speak in that order, that would be preferred. First, we have John Fowler. Second, we have Alan Gunther. Third, we have, I believe, Cheryl Codes. I cannot pronounce that correctly. I apologize. And then last, we have Jen Tate.
First off, if I forgot, good evening to everybody who comes up to the podium, son. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Fowler. I'm here representing myself as well as Cabrillo Kennel Club. And I would like everybody who loves and respects animals in this room to stand up.
Everybody does.
These are my backers. And I would like to add, Cabrillo Kennel Club is not supporting one way or the other here. I'm here as a resource to offer you any help that you may need in arriving at a decision. We were founded in North County in 1959. We were the first kennel club in San Diego County. There have been other kennel clubs that have branched off because of Cabrillo. We had our first show on 21 May 1966. And we have assisted San Diego County in holding rabies clinics in the early 70s. Several clinics were held to get owners to vaccinate their dogs. We participated in parades, junior clinics, handling, and obedience classes. We're glad to, and we agree with everyone here that breeders should not be targeted in terms of restrictions. And in terms of pet store sales, we fully agree that we cannot support what we have seen as puppy mills. These are nothing that Cabrillo supports, nothing that anyone in this room supports. However, we have to be careful, and I urge you to think carefully, because what I'm hearing is instead of the Hunt Corporation source or anything like that, we're going to go with animal shelters, rescue groups, and Humane Society. Okay, well, what animal groups? What rescue groups? I have here a page. Let's see. Maybe the camera's not on. Here's a page of the rescue group. Now, there's a lot of rescue groups. So and this rescue group operates in Baja California and San Diego. Okay. So they transfer about 500 dogs a year into this county. Well,
writing it down. I'm sorry. Later we can call you up if somebody wants it here. So thank you. Start writing it down. Thank you.
Again, we're a resource.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Alan Gunther.
Good evening.
My name is Alan Gunther.
Could you put the mic down?
There are certain breed characteristics that one can never find from a shelter, Humane Society, or rescue organization. Please consider, in your language, the rights of truly dedicated breeders, dog show exhibitors, service dog organizations, and those who are in search of truly quality, healthy dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I do apologize for the next name that was pronounced. If I'm not pronouncing it correctly, you may come forward at the end of the meeting, but I believe it's Cheryl Godes. I apologize. You have submitted the sheet. Come back at the very end of the discussion. I apologize for not being able to read. Okay, that might be it. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Hi, I'm an Oceanside resident and a dog lover, and I agree with all of you guys as far as all that horrible stuff with all those dogs. It's just, it's sickening. But I have to also be kind of a voice for many of my friends who are dog breeders and who are dog showers and who love their pets, and they have very clean establishments. So I don't know, I guess that Esther, you said that this isn't, based on reputable dog breeders, but I guess I just needed to be a voice saying that if you're going to regulate things, you need to make sure of the way you word it so that reputable people aren't hurt by, thinking that we're part of those people who have the sick dogs.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen Tate may come forward.
Hello, I'm Jen Tate from Burbank, California.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Mayor and honorable council members, I'm here on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States. We thank Council Member Sanchez for bringing this issue to the table. The Humane Society questions the efficiency and ethics of a system that allows substandard commercial breeders to profit from shipping their dogs into our communities, and we're asking us citizens to subsidize through taxes the euthanasia of dogs for whom there are not enough homes. The Humane Society opposes the sale of puppy mill puppies. We have no issue with pet stores per se. Just this month, our staff has worked with 3 different pet stores, helping them convert from puppy sales to a humane business model that includes offering for sale only dogs sourced from animal shelters or rescue groups. This is absolutely and unequivocally a viable business model. Not only have several small privately owned pet shops successfully made this change, but the biggest and most successful pet stores in the nation, PetSmart and Petco, refuse to sell commercially raised dogs and instead work to find homes for homeless pets. We would be pleased to work with any pet stores in Oceanside to help them make this transition, and if they would rather not work with our organization, we would be happy to simply put them in touch with pet store owners in Southern California and across the country who've made the switch to a humane model and are thriving. To repeat, the Humane Society would be pleased to provide any assistance going forward. Thank you again.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That young lady, I would have to say we had the same thing with this Humane Society when we first looked into this. They gave us the same offer, and that's something we wanted to look at. We needed a little more time, but the contact and the aspect of that is supplying cats and dogs that are rescues to pet stores. And with that in mind, we'll look at that too, and I thank you for coming down from Burbank to talk to us, and I appreciate it. With that, please.
Harriet Selden may come forward at this time.
Mayor Wood, council members, there's been some talk about euthanasia of dogs, and I just wanted to repeat what our County Animal Services Director, Don Danielson, and Gary Weitzman from San Diego Humane said at the San Diego hearings and in the media generally, which is that our area shelters do not euthanize healthy or treatable dogs. That is not the problem, and we've heard here about how the pet store puppies don't end up in shelters anyway. And so I would just hope that you will allow people to have their choice of pet and allow businesses to operate. We're not talking about a particular business, it's the policy in general for any business. And I hope that you would see fit to not move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Ken Carmichael. Ken Carmichael may come forward this time. Next we have Daphne Edmondson.
Mr. Clerk, could you call out maybe 3 or 5 names, and then that way they can line up?
Yes, I can do that for now.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, council members, thank you. Does Oceanside really want to allow puppies who were raised in horrific conditions to be shipped in from another state only to be sold to unsuspecting customers? Laws are passed to protect people from being victims of this sort of commerce. We depend on our lawmakers to protect our community from harmful business practices. Allowing Oceanside Puppy to continue to sell out-of-state puppies from puppy mills will only perpetuate the puppy mill problem plaguing this country and will end up costing our taxpayers' money. Please ban Mr. Salinas from conducting business in the city of Oceanside. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are in the following order: Margaret Williamson, Robert Salisbury, Carol Salisbury, and Glenda Cavalier. And then, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Margaret Williamson. Hey, listen, I've been listening to all this, and I've listened to both sides tonight, and I think we all need to bear in mind we really love animals, and we all come together with that common goal that we want what is best for our animals. But at the same time, I listened to the presentation of the people here in Oceanside, and it was very good, very well done, very well put together. And I want to ask you if you are going to give equal time to these people that have also brought a PowerPoint presentation. They really have something to say, and above all else, it sounds like your minds are made up. It's like the Hunt gentleman, he flew in here from the Hunt Corporation. He wanted to give a presentation. He didn't have the time. It was like a bum's rush. He rushed through it. He was railroaded through it. Everybody has been. You know what? This is very important. It's a very important issue, and we need to take the time to listen, to really listen. So please, give these people their time. Please. Thank you.
Next we have Glenda Cavalier. No. Next group of individuals to speak will be Adrian Mock, Jane Cartmel, Zola Muhammad, and Janice Hatch.
Thank you. My name is Adrian. I'm from San Diego. Thank you, Mayor Wood and the council.
You need to use the mic or we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. One of the problems with an ordinance like this is it sets up a monopoly. It sets up a monopoly for the Humane Society and for their selected rescues. There are dozens of organizations in San Diego County, including Oceanside, that do rescue. The Humane Society and rescues that they select, which probably is not going to be all of the dozens, are the only ones that are going to be able to sell dogs and cats to the public. They're shutting down local businesses. They are eliminating businesses. This is also restraint of trade. They're telling the businesses that they can stay open only if they source their animals from the shelters and their selected rescues. One of the other issues is that a lot of rescues are importing dogs. We heard from one rescue alone that brings in 500 dogs from Mexico. There are dogs coming in from Puerto Rico, from Taiwan, from Manila in the Philippines, from Iraq, from Iran, and from other countries. Countries with no oversight on breeding, no oversight on disease control, no vector control. We're seeing new strains of rabies in the country. Not a joke. This is actually happening. We're also seeing brucellosis, which is an abortion disease. It causes spontaneous abortions in animals. It's a huge livestock problem. We have a big livestock industry in California. We're seeing screwworm, another terrible parasite whose larvae buries under the skin of animals and eats them alive from the inside out. Another agricultural pest that's already been eradicated in this country. And now we're seeing these things again. These animals are brought into the country with no quarantine period. They come from countries with no veterinary care, no health issues, no nutrition, no nothing. They're street dogs. We collect them off the street or from people that are actually breeding dogs, taking them to the rescues, and then they're importing them. So not a good business model for any county or city to uphold. If we want responsible breeders, if we want healthy animals, we need to source them from our own country.
Because they don't want to listen.
I'm Jane Cartmel. I'm president of San Diego Animal Advocates. We're an all-volunteer, nonprofit animal rights organization. We've been here since 1984 in the San Diego area. And we just want to thank you for taking a look at this issue. It's been a concern of ours for many years. We've been very actively promoting spay, neuter, and other welfare issues. We would just like to urge you to consider broadening the scope of this a bit and including cats, possibly birds. Any sales of animals all needs to be looked at. And we thank you. We urge you to adopt an ordinance.
I'm Zola Muhammad, and I'm going to talk about the Hunt Corporation. The Hunt Corporation processed 90,000 puppies through their assembly lines last year, and they shipped 2,000 puppies a week to pet stores. The Hunt Corporation is based in Goodman, Missouri, and they've taken millions of dollars in corporate welfare and are still profiting $26 million a year. The USDA has cited Hunt for keeping dozens of puppies in too small of cages, repeat citations for transporting underage puppies, and other violations.
They were also cited and fined by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources with clean water and waste violations for having trenches of dead canines on their premises. The department said Hunt was close to violating the state's dead animal disposal law that allows no more than 1,000 pounds of dead animals per acre. This means Hunt is legally allowed to throw away 1,000 pounds of dead puppies in ditches on their property. That's 250 dead puppies per acre. In 2006, 60 puppies were killed in a Hunt truck fire. All of the puppies were caged in a 40-foot trailer truck and had already been transported 1,000 miles before they died. Under the Freedom of Information Act, we know to be true that the Hunt Corporation has received at least 2 rural development business and industry loans from the USDA. Hunt received $3.5 million. That loan is due in 2020. They also received earlier loans in 1996. According to the loan documents, loans are secured by accounts receivable and inventory. So the same agency that is in charge of inspecting kennels and brokers is the same agency that underwrote millions of dollars of loans to a business it inspects. That is a definite conflict of interest. This is not acceptable. Puppies are not products. They bleed, they feel, and they are more than just objects to own. Thank you. Please do the right thing.
Hi, I'm Janice Hatch. I'm with the San Diego Animal Defense Team. We have spent the last 6 years in San Diego County doing educational outreach and investigations of the source of each San Diego County pet store's puppies. What we found is shocking, that every one of them got their puppies from puppy mills, including Oceanside Puppy. Like most of the others, he orders through the Hunt Corporation in Goodman, Missouri. It's the largest corporation in the United States that sends out puppy mill puppies. We have now investigated several of the breeders used specifically by Oceanside Puppy. These are the puppies that are coming into your stores. Some, I'm missing my slides, so on David Salinas' website, he shows photos of his breeders, rolling green lawns and beautiful yards for them to grow up in. The reality is, one of his USDA breeding kennels is the Sioux Shoal Kennel from Albert City, Iowa. A Doberman puppy for sale at Oceanside Puppy's grand opening came from that kennel. The kennel's latest inspection report, severe matting on the backs and legs of the breeding dogs. I would hope that would be a direct violation that Salinas talks about. There were also rusty, jagged edges on the pens, a buildup of feces and flies, and dirty water for drinking water for the dogs. Contrast that with the photos that David Salinas shows of his breeders on his website. Another kennel was the Kennel of Joy, owned by Joy Gassler in Madison, Missouri, who had Hunt deliver a fluffy poodle puppy from them in time for the grand opening. At its last documented USDA inspection, this kennel housed 179 adult breeding dogs and 106 puppies. Inspection violations, dogs with painful matted hair, deteriorating and unclean housing, inadequate veterinary care, expired and unlabeled medications.
Wind it down, ma'am.
We also have a USDA kennel called E.T. Loving Hearts that he buys from. He sold a beagle puppy from this kennel. At the USDA inspection, there were multiple dogs with eye problems, clouded eyes and infections.
I have to stop you. There's too long.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
Oceanside is a wonderful community that cares about animal cruelty. And now you have an opportunity to become part of the solution, not part of the problem. The mother dogs are waiting for you.
please support the ban because it is the right thing to do.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to do the best I can, but certain people ask, can I go a little longer? I would do it for anybody, and if you pick a side, it's always going to be the other speaker. I'll try to do my best. This is complicated for both sides. Try our best, we'll move on. Like I say, it's going to be up to how this is written later on and decide what we're going to do with it. Thank you very much. I'll try to do my best. As for the speakers, try, if you have something that's going to have to go a little longer, ask us. Thank you very much.
Our next group of speakers, prior to going to the next group of speakers, Mayor Wood has addressed this, but I think it might be helpful. You guys are doing a very good job of this so far, but let's try and fall on this particular line. In Article 1, Section 2.1.28, it's decorum and order for council and city staff as well. The council is in session. The council members and city staff shall observe good order and decorum. Members of the city council or city staff shall neither, by conversation or otherwise, delay or interrupt the proceedings of the peace of the council, nor disturb any member while speaking. As it pertains to decorum and order of the audience, it says members of the public attending council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the city council and staff and shall comply with the provisions of section 2.1.30. So you guys are doing a good job. I just want to encourage you to just continue on that end. The next group of speakers who we have is Don Dunsmore, Ronnie Steno, Mark Rufinock, and then Allison Bard.
Hello, my name is Dawn Dunsmore, and I'm a member of the San Diego Animal Defense Team. I wanted to inform you about a San Diego puppy ex-employee who contacted us to make a statement for this hearing. She said she would have felt extremely upset if the ban did not pass, and she had not spoken up. With that said, she did request for her name to remain anonymous. However, she did say that it would be fine to give it to the council members privately, which I will send you in an email later this evening along with the link to the video of the interview with her. The following are a few things that I would like to highlight from her testimony. She was considered the nanny of the puppies and was responsible for their health even though she was not a licensed vet or technician. She was ordered to give antibiotics to the puppies almost on a daily basis, even if they didn't need it. She said that they would get upset stomachs and become almost lethargic because of this. Pneumonia was a common occurrence where she had to call the vet on a daily basis. She took many of the puppies home at night because she was worried about their health and well-being. She also said that many of the puppies suffered from sugar crashes, which is an industry term for hyperglycemia. She was very concerned for the puppies because she knew the new owners may not know what is happening and may not get them to proper treatment, which could escalate to a more serious issue if not given medical attention. She herself purchased a puppy from San Diego Puppy, which ended up having coccidia, which is an intestinal parasite commonly caused by being around infected adult dogs. This is a common issue with puppy mill dogs. Her receipt stated that the puppy was from Iowa, but it did not have any other information such as name, address, breeder, and USDA number, which is required by law. I only bring this to your attention since Mr. Salinas has had his employees come up and speak on his behalf in the past, and we wanted to speak up on behalf of the innocent puppies. I thank you for your attention and time today. Yes. Step over here.
Thank you. Folks, there's two podiums, one at each. That'll get it going faster. Thank you very much. Good evening. Keep going. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Steinow. I'm with Animal Protection and Rescue League. But tonight I'd like to show you a brief video about an undercover investigation of one of the puppy mills that David Salinas gets his puppies from. Sorry, there's no sound. I can see the crowded living conditions. Dogs are going crazy from being in the cages.
Steve Cruzy's brokerage and breeding facility had more than 1,350 dogs. Cruz breeds puppies and buys puppies from other breeders. He sells to pet shops and the Hunt Corporation. Overcrowding was a serious problem.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for allowing me to speak here this evening. My name is Mark Rufnott, and I'm a resident of the city of Carlsbad. Also, I'm a former employee of the city of Carlsbad after a 23-year career there. I now work as a volunteer at the San Diego County Animal Shelter in Carlsbad as a volunteer. I have lived in North County, San Diego for over 25 years. In the 80s and early 90s, taking a drive, as you are well aware, down Hill Street in Oceanside was a memorable experience to say the least. All street corners were filled with prostitutes, pimps, and drug dealers. With the redevelopment of downtown Oceanside and all of your efforts in the Oceanside Pier District, it is clear that the city of Oceanside cares deeply about providing a safe, family-friendly community. However, not to place a ban on pet stores that sell puppy mill puppies would be taking a huge step backwards for the city. Please do not let Oceanside become a safe haven for those unscrupulous store owners to operate a business that promotes the continued inhumane treatment of animals for profit. Thank you for your time and consideration and continued efforts in making Oceanside a wonderful community. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Allison Bardo, and I'm from San Diego. I want to thank you for taking up this matter and all of you for considering the matter. I had not planned to talk today, but as I listened to both sides expressing their views, I felt compelled to address a few things that I heard and began taking notes. The representative from the Hunt Corporation, he did not, in showing the fancy offices and the sparkling clean cages that were probably new and had never housed a dog, showing the parties and whatnot, he didn't address the mother dog that spends her entire life breeding and without love or affection. Are those photos that we saw fake? I don't think so. Mr. Salinas says that there is oversight to the Hunt Corporation, but we already addressed how lopsided the inspector to puppy mill ratio is. There are far too many facilities for the USDA inspectors to do a good job of oversight. Mr. Salinas, I suggest, cannot possibly care about dogs in the way that those of us do that devote our lives without pay to rescuing and caring for dogs, driving miles, going places to pick up dogs and find homes for them, helping people with our own money to spay and neuter dogs and cats that they may not be able to afford. Mr. Salinas does not address the spay and neuter issues. He releases unaltered dogs for sale, and he cannot control what happens to those dogs, whether they reproduce after they leave his facility, nor do I think that it's highly important to him. Most of us here on that hold the position that we support the ban of the sale of puppy mill puppies donate our time, and we're not making money doing what we do. We do it out of the love of our hearts about the welfare of dogs, and we care very much about this and hope that you'll adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next group of speakers are Karen Clayton, Dr. Kay Henderson, Peter L. Keys, and Patsy Downs.
Good evening, Council. My name is Karen Clayton. I've been involved now in rescue for about 7 years. I'm sorry Mr. Salinas decided to slither out and not listen to any more of this. It's typical. One thing that he constantly says that really irritates me is that you rescues are getting rich off your dogs. and he uses Helen Woodward as his example. I spoke with a representative from Helen Woodward this morning. She found that quite amusing. Helen Woodward has been around for 40 years. They're located in Rancho Santa Fe, California. They are not government funded. They're all funded through public donation. They have celebrity endorsements. Diane Keaton is on their board of financial directors. They have TV ads, they have telethons, a 10,000 square foot high-tech animal hospital. They conduct parades, surfing events, stage productions, and they're involved with the Ralph's Rewards program. We're not making any money off these dogs, I guarantee you. He has a chance to be a hero in this situation, but he chooses not to, because money is key to him. That's what he's all about. The Hunt Corporation and him, that's what they're all about. Our rescues and our shelters are drowning in dogs.
Hello, good evening. I'm Patsy Downs, 53-year resident of Oceanside, Mayor Wood and council members. I commend you for joining the 28 municipalities in the nation that have already made ordinances banning the retail sale of pets in stores. And I am pleased to find that you are bringing this to the forefront in our city. And I'm also happy to say of those 28 municipalities, 13 of these are in California. I'm really proud of that, and most of them are in Southern California. There's 7 in Florida, 4 in New Jersey, the rest are in Texas, Colorado, and New Mexico. The ones in California are our sister city, San Diego, Los Angeles, Aliso Viejo, Burbank, Chula Vista, Dana Point, Glendale, Hermosa Beach, Huntington Beach, Irvine, Laguna Beach, South Lake Tahoe, and West Hollywood. I really commend you for considering this, and this will not impede private ownership of breeders breeding animals and selling them, or stores allowing the humane organizations to sell through them. So if you would like a list of these, if the city attorney would like a list of the cities that have, you already know about these, and can maybe make an ordinance similar to theirs that would be valid and would not be brought to the courts. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pierre L. Keys may come forward this time.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And council members, thank you for the privilege of addressing you. My name is Peter Keys. I am the president of the San Diego Cat Fanciers Association. We are the world's largest registry of pedigreed cats, the Cat Fanciers Association International. We believe there is no valid reason to take away a citizen's right to choose a pet from a pet store. In California, we have the best specific pet store laws already on the books statewide. All of the pet stores in California are now well regulated. Do we need yet another layer of unnecessary regulation? This is in your hands. Do you want to pile on some more? Right now, there are very few puppies available in pet shelters. It is far better for Oceanside citizens to have a choice in person from a reputable pet store rather than to be buying their pet sight unseen over the internet, which is happening more and more and more. Thank you for the privilege of addressing you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next group of speakers are as follows: Linda Martino, William Falco, Sydney Sicorel, and Joan Miller.
Cheerful.
Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes. My name is Linda Martino, I've been listening to everybody because I do believe that everyone in this room does care about animals. The motivations are all deeply felt. But there have been a couple things that have struck me. One was that the early, very thorough presentation said they couldn't define what a puppy mill was. If you can't define what a puppy mill is, how can you make good legislation to prevent the sale of dogs through puppy mills? That seems to me a very fundamental issue. But the other thing that struck me was, even though Ms. Sanchez said that the target was just the sale from puppy mills, we've heard many speakers who indicated, well, if we're going to do that, then we should include cats and we should include birds, and I'm not sure if we got the goldfish, whatever, okay? And so what really concerns me is, are you really going to just target one specific problem, and then, or are you going to make it broader? And are you then going to say that, well, you've got to take your pet from a shelter? That's a good thing to do, but it should be choice. And I want my choice to be my choice, not just a group of people trying to impose their choices on me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Bill Falco, and I represent myself. And I've listened to what everybody had to say tonight. And while there's good intentions, there's also ramifications. If you stop an industry, there will be no more pedigree dogs, no more pedigree cats. And the shelters do not provide absolutely healthy dogs. Myself got a dog from the shelter in San Diego that had parvo. And they told me that was because they were conscientious of what they're doing. It happens. It happens to all industry. I caution you to think before you write this thing up. There's a lot of damage that can be done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sydney Sickerell.
I need Luigi, who's going to start a video. I'm just, in the interest of time, just going to play this while I talk. There's no sound to it, so. This is about the Hunt Corporation, and this is Companion Animal Protection Society's undercover video of an employee investigation of Hunt. My name is Sydney Sickerell, and I'm the campaign coordinator for the Companion Animal Protection Society. We are the only organization that exclusively investigates pet shops, their consumer complaints, and puppy mills. We have investigated over 1,000 puppy mills and successfully introduced 5 ordinance bans in the U.S., including San Diego. This is included in the report. I supplied you with copies of the ordinances. Actually 4 ordinances. Your constituents here today will speak of the cruelty, and I will show it in this video, undercover in the Hunt Corporation, but I, in my short time, would like to speak to a major piece of the pet shop problem, that is the consumer protection issue. Sadly, all pet store owners lie to the public about the origin of their puppies, period. Why? Because they can. There's simply no oversight whatsoever. It is consumer fraud, pure and simple. And to bring this home to you, David Salinas has just opened his business in your fine community, and trust me, you don't want this business in your fine community. CAPS conducted a 2-year investigation of Mr. Salinas and his San Diego puppy, starting when he began selling out of a garage. During our investigation, we received 6 complaints from consumers. The complaints included a range of problems from genetic defects, DNA tests done, and the dog was not the breed it was sold as, to cases of parvo and kennel cough. There were 3 cases of parvo, and 2 of the puppies died. I've taken calls from consumers who have said their children are devastated at the death of their puppy, and David Salinas won't even return our calls. This is all in the report, again, that you have. The complaints on Yelp are also staggering, and also in the report. The City of Oceanside is doing a fantastic job at upgrading, polishing, and making this city a place where people love to live, work, and visit. Just down the street, you have a 5-star hotel that you're building. 34 other cities.
Wind it down, please.
Okay, 34 other cities have adopted these ordinances because of the consumer fraud problem in this industry, and they've said, no, not in my town. We urge you to do the same. In San Diego, there are 37 pet supply stores thriving, and they're not selling puppies. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Miller may come forward at this time. Oh, you okay. Sounds good. Our next group of individuals who wish to speak on this item are Richard Hawes, Belinda Rockman, Kenny Flores, and Shirley Olson.
Hi, I'm Rick Hawes. I'm a local dog trainer. This is my dog, Pepper. We live in Oceanside, both of us together. She was bought from a responsible breeder, but not a puppy mill. As Pepper, as a trainer, I've worked with many dogs from puppy mills. And yes, typically they do have their problems, but most of them can be overcome. But there are also local puppy mills here, and occasionally some of these puppy mills get closed down. And when they get closed down, they try to rescue the puppy mill breeders themselves. And when they do, these puppy mill breeders are breeding dogs are some of the saddest dogs I have ever met. They're the hardest to work with. They have never been socialized with other dogs. They have been confined to crates, 3x5 crates for their entire life, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, however long it might be that they're breeding. But I don't want this to be confused with responsible dog breeders. And there's a big difference between a responsible dog breeder and a puppy mill breeder. Let's support our local dog breeders, our local responsible ones. If a breeder does not let you onto their property to see their facilities, they are probably a puppy mill. So let's investigate where we get our dog. But in many ways, I am on opposite sides of the fence with my friend Dr. Harriet Selden. But in this way, I think that dog owners ought to have a choice. But I think it ought to be an informed choice. And buy your dog from a responsible breeder if that's the way you choose to go. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm attorney Belinda Rackman, and as a member of the Daughters of Revolution, where 6 of my patriot ancestors established this country by fighting in the Revolutionary War, I don't want this being put in the story that this has anything to do with liberty. This has nothing to do with liberty. I'm for freedom of choice of all kinds, believe me. But as a member of French Bulldog Rescue for the last 23 years, and rescuing dogs that are probably one of the most expensive dogs sold, I can assure you that they wind up in the pound, in the Humane Society. People move, people can't keep them, and if you're buying a dog for $3,000 to $5,000, there's a tremendous inclination to breed some more to try to get your money back. I've been rescuing those dogs for 23 years. You are responsible for the fiscal health of this city. And if you think that it doesn't have an impact, bringing in a business like this, you're going to be sorely mistaken, because it's proven in city after city where they get rid of live dog sales that the adoptions go up. Now, you can get a purebred dog of any kind from any rescue. If you really love dogs, you have your choice of all kinds of rescue organizations to get involved with. But why should the city of Oceanside carry the financial burden because somebody who was kicked out of San Diego for whatever reason, I don't know if it was for fiscal or humanitarian reasons, I don't know why our sister city refuses to allow this type of business in it, but good for them. Why should he come here and benefit financially at the expense of the Oceanside taxpayers? It's ridiculous. So if you want to take good care of your city, I suggest that you look at the financial ramifications of allowing a business like this in your town, even if you're not a dog lover. Thank you very much.
My name is Kenny Flores. I'm a small businessman here in Oceanside. I'm also a volunteer for a nonprofit rescue group here in Oceanside. A lot of us look at our dogs and we see family members, we love them, we care for them. Other people see dollar signs. I'm here to represent the nonprofits. Recently, our city shut down a puppy store due to animal abuse issues. We depend on our elected officials to do the right thing. Oceanside puppy is the wrong thing for our city's growing status and its reputation. A puppy mill is a life of torment. It may not be illegal, but it is wrong. While the suffering of the puppies at Oceanside Puppy may be short-lived, the suffering is not so temporary for parents of these puppies who live their entire lives in deplorable and substandard conditions. The parents of these puppies are imprisoned in overcrowded and filthy cages and bred repetitively until they simply can no longer reproduce. We have yet to hear about what happens to these dogs once they are not capable of breeding. We are asking you to join other growing cities and pass a ban similar to the one that was passed in San Diego.
Good evening, Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Shirley Olson, and I'm a resident here in Oceanside. Responsible breeders strive to improve the structure, temperament, and natural ability of a particular breed. They thoughtfully evaluate the structural soundness of the dog, many times gaining the opinion of at the dog show and or other breeders. There are health screenings such as OFA hip certification and or PEN hip. There's SURF for eyes. They do testing on elbows, heart, thyroid. The findings may be recorded online with the Orthopedic Foundation for Animals, and they're available for the public review, including the pedigrees 5 generations back. Responsible breeders carefully review the pedigrees, record DNA, and evaluate temperament and natural ability. Before breeding, both the sire and the dam will be tested for canine brucellosis, an STD, and if the results are positive, the dogs will not be bred. If an inheritable disease arises, the dog will not be used in the breeding program and will be spayed and neutered. Responsible breeders care for the dam and her entire litter until the puppies are at least 8 weeks old. They socialize, they spend time together, they learn bite inhibition, their rank in the pack. Responsible breeders will screen prospective owners to try to ensure that the puppy is placed in a home that can care for the puppy, for the animal. Responsible breeders provide a purchase contract which includes the owner's responsibility as well as the breeder's responsibility, health guarantees, and return policy. Responsible breeders are prepared to take back any animal of their breeding at any time for any reason, hence reducing the need for rescuing dogs and rescuing them out in shelters. Responsible breeders do not sell on the internet, and they do not sell to puppy stores because they realize that breeding a dog is a lifetime of responsibility and accountability for that animal that they have bred. Thank you very much.
Our next group of speakers are in the following order. Colleen Kelly, apologize for if there's incorrect pronunciation, but Kim Traber, Jennifer Gill, and then Dorothy McCorkle.
I'm Colleen Kelly, and much of what I came to say has been said. However, I would like to share with you that I am a retired San Diego Deputy District Attorney, and I'm here this evening after having spent my career upholding the laws of the state of California to beseech you to use the power bestowed upon you by the people of Oceanside to draft, pass, and uphold this proposal. Thank you.
My name is Kim Triber, and I'm a 2-year resident of Oceanside, so I am the new community coming into this beautiful city that you guys worked so hard to upgrade. We quickly got involved in the community and started working with the rescue group, and whenever Mr. Salinas' shop opened, it devastated me. I really thought that Oh, yes, San Diego County is banning these, and it will flow into this. Now, I'm going to give you commerce statistics, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, on one family who is moving into your community, and what this could mean to you, because I'm one speaking up, there are several that may not. They're silent. My husband, who was here earlier, went home to take care of our dogs, is the national purchaser for a $300 million company. He brings a lot of commerce into Oceanside simply by people from around the world selling their genetics, their soils, their anything to him. In that comes commerce to our restaurants, hotels. We book 52 to 70 hotel rooms a year, 25 breakfasts, 25 lunches, 50 dinners, international people coming in, staying for vacation. This is so devastating to people like us, and we want that same status. We are willing to up and move if things like this are allowed in this beautiful community that we've chosen to live in. We'll take our tax dollars somewhere else.
Dorothy, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dorothy McCorkle, 4610 Bristol Collin Court, Oceanside. Thank you for bringing this up, Esther, and I hope that you will construct an ordinance that will be fair to the people of this city. The question as to whether or not these are puppy mill puppies, I think, has been answered satisfactorily already, and we certainly have heard some lies this morning, or this evening. Licenses don't mean too much. USDA restrictions don't mean too much. But I think the thing that you're looking at right now is what's going to happen when these animals are brought into this city. And I'd like to give you an example. We've said that the end result could be euthanasia, but what happens before this? I did an estimate on if Mr. Salinas sells 3 dogs a day for maybe 300 days, it brings in, and if the other people have 1 litter that bought those dogs, that brings 2,200 dogs a year into our community. Can we afford that? I don't think so. I want to also just mention 2 things. Jim, thank you very much for mentioning cats. I would like to include cats and rabbits in the ordinance for sure, because cats suffer even more than dogs do. And these are homes that are lost, and while we've got struggling rescue groups out there and shelters trying to find homes for the animals that already exist. On a more pleasant note, tomorrow, Thursday, is an International Remember Me Thursday. You can go on your computer. It is to light a candle for all of the animals that have died. And the second thing is to light a candle for those animals that have made it into a wonderful home. Thank you.
Jennifer Gill may speak at this time. Seems as though she's left. Our next group of speakers will include Allison Krantner, Lori Bergfold, Andrea DeBasey, Dubai, I'm so sorry, and then John Acombe.
That might be it.
Hello, my name is Allison Kintner. I'm a resident of Henny Hills in Oceanside, and I've also been rescuing shelter dogs for a few years now, and I've also provided all 5 of you with this information here that this information is anything but from animal rights extremist groups. This information is all pulled from websites of the Humane Society of the United States, ASPCA, and Best Friends Animal Society. The first thing I want to say is that the owner of Oceanside Puppy pointed to that sign there, and that's where he loses me completely. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. I'm not a very good public speaker, but animal abuse and neglect does not equal corporate freedom.
and that's something that I will never understand how he keeps bringing that up. Secondly, I'd just like to read you something that it was a puppy mill episode that was on Animal Cots, and after providing you and showing you all the facts, the statistics, the numbers, everything that you have to bring home with you here, I keep going back to this one paragraph that I read. It says, "You would expect a program with a name like Puppy Mills Exposed to be full of gruesome sights, and it is. But perhaps the most dismaying moment in it is at first glance benign and trauma-free. It shows a chocolate Labrador retriever walking in a circle. Only when you realize that the animal, which was rescued from a wretched breeding mill in Pennsylvania, is doing nothing but walking in a circle, does the implication sink in. This dog was caged for so long that this is all it knows how to do." And I just can't get past that. You look at these two dogs here, and just think of a dog that is raised in a cage, breeding up to, I think they said, 2 litters a year until they only live till about 7, 8 years old in a puppy mill. They are never let out of a wire cage their entire lives. And I know that's the emotional part of this issue, but
Please
still
wind
is
it
part of
down.
this issue. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Appreciate it.
My name is Andrea Devine. I live in Jeffers Ranch here.
Up to the mic. We can't hear you. Thank
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it goes on the record.
Yes. My name is Andrea Devine. I live in Jeffers Ranch here in Oceanside. Mayor Jim Wood and council members, thank you for letting me speak here. I have at home at the moment 2 rescue foster failures, dogs, 3 horses, 2 rescues out of the 3. A rescue bunny that somebody bought as an Easter present for a 2-year-old and got tired of it. A bird somebody dumped on me. I just found a home for a rescue tortoise that somebody dumped on me. I just lost 2 of my rescue dogs, one from the Humane Society, one somebody dumped in our neighborhood at 4 months old. My experience with a puppy mill, I bought over 10 years ago from a pet store a so-called purebred German Shepherd that was supposed to be from a reputable breeder that I found out was from a puppy mill in Missouri, probably Hunt. A lot of times you can't find out about hip dysplasia till they're over a year old, when they're basically expire to do anything for you. After 1 year, there is no more warranty on the dog. Mine was 1.5 years old when we found out hip dysplasia was so bad. When I first got her, she had kennel cough, she had an eye infection. She had so many other illnesses that at 1.5 years old, I did the humane thing and I put her down. I was heartbroken, I was mad, I was pissed that I was lied to. And I will never ever buy from a puppy store again, any pet store. I have my rescue dogs that are healthy, that come from awesome rescues, that are the sweetest dogs. They've been socialized, and I just hope you guys do the right thing.
Lori Bergfield and John Alcombe can speak at this time. Seems we'll move on to our next set of speakers. Next set of speakers we have are Diane Bedrosian, Linda Alcombe, Christine Alicio, and Brian Peace.
Good evening, young lady. How are you?
My name is Diane Bedrosian, and this is my daughter Sarah. We live in Carlsbad, but I have actually have 3 of my animals, past and present, are from Oceanside. We were walking outside of the Hungry Hunter one night, and 2 cats adopted us. They were with us for 13 and 17 years, and my current cat is from the San Diego County Humane Society. Other dogs we have are from German Shepherd Rescue. One is like a purebred. The other one is a German Shepherd Doberman mix, both wonderful dogs. The rescue organization appears to, really not get a lot of funding from, they're not making money, put it that way. My daughter Sarah and I have worked with SNAP, Spay Neuter Action, and also Feral Cat Coalition, worked with them for many years. I don't have anything to do with PETA, and the assertion there that those of us who want this ordinance are part of PETA is completely incorrect, and that's, unconscionable that that's been suggested. Also, as a physician, I'm not used to speaking, I'm a physician. The last case of rabies in San Diego County was many years ago, probably in the early 70s, I believe. I have not heard of any new strains of rabies being a threat to our county. Thank you very much.
Like the other two speakers might not be here.
It looks as though that'd be the case. You can go right for it.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Pull that mic up because you're a little tall.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Brian Pease. I'm co-founder of the Animal Protection and Rescue League. We're based in San Diego. I'd like to thank Councilmember Sanchez for bringing this matter forward. It looks as though we're exporting our bad business models to Oceanside now, and so now it's an issue that Oceanside is going to have to deal with. I did help. I worked with the City Council in San Diego to work on the wording of that San Diego ordinance. It's very good that the council and the community is being educated about puppy mills as sort of the backdrop to this ordinance. But it also should be recognized that this is not asking the City Council to regulate puppy mills that are out of state. It really comes down to the issue of what is being sold in the city of Oceanside and the manner in which it's being sold. So you don't have to get into what is a puppy mill, what is not a puppy mill. The issue is that reputable breeders simply do not sell pets in pet stores. So if an animal is being sold, if a puppy is being sold in a pet store, that is a consumer protection issue, and it's also an issue for taxpayers because of the breeding and all the issues, the externalities that you heard about. So that's really what the Oceanside City Council needs to deal with. It's not about David Saline, it's not about one person. He can still make money, he can still operate pet shops, sell pet supplies, operate the humane business model that was discussed. But if you're selling, the exception should be worded, and the dormant commerce clause thing was brought up. I'm an attorney, but many sales bans having to do with animal cruelty have been upheld just in the past few months in California. The shark fin ban, the foie gras ban, there have been a number of examples, but it should be worded in a way that we're not exempting Oceanside breeders per se. What is being exempted is animals that are bred and reared on the premises, because that's where you can go and you can see how that animal is raised. You don't want animals being mass-produced, and then whether they're mass-produced here or shipped in from out of state, the issue isn't where it's being done, it's what's being done and the manner of sale by having this commercial sale, retail sale of animals in pet stores. That is the problem. It's a problem for taxpayers and consumers, and that's something that I hope that the council takes action to address. Thank you.
Kathy Kelly may come forward at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Forgive me, I'm not a public speaker. This is my first time. Please do not pass this suggested ordinance regarding banning sales of dogs, kittens, birds, rabbits, whatever else these people want to stop us from having. This ordinance is lobbied for by animal rights people with an agenda. Animal rights organizations have stated that their ultimate goal is to eliminate animal use, ownership, meat, wool, zoos, conservation programs, labs, and pet stores to protect animals from us mean humans. This is outrageous. I am an animal welfare person, which is a little different than animal rights because I'm not an activist with an agenda. I love my animals. I take very good care of my pets, and I think that everyone should, absolutely. I do not support puppy mills at all. They do exist, and they're awful. I do not support labs that experiment on animals. It is my constitutional right to have a pet. The USDA has already implemented laws on the care, breeding, and transport of animals. How many of you have cats, dogs, birds, aquariums, horses, who enrich your lives and the lives of your children? Are your children benefiting from having a dog who loves them and gives them kisses? I bet they love it. To force us to buy pets from shelters only is again outrageous and against the rules of a free market society. I represent untold numbers of regular people, pet owners, who love their pets and take good care of them, but they have no idea of what's happening to our society with the passing of laws like this, which are grassroots, take the brick out of the wall, one by one, the wall falls over. To remain silent is dangerous, as you all well know. Good people, normal people, average people in our society who are not involved in politics of animal rights have no idea how their donations to PETA, Humane Society of the United States, and their ilk, how these funds go to use. It is absolutely not in the care and feeding of animals. These
Start winding it down, please. Your time's up.
Okay, these insidious laws are being enacted by animal rights people who spend their donation money on lobbyists to convince politicians to side with them. These laws are self-serving. Supporting shelters to sell only their product, again, is not fair. Please do not prohibit the sale of pets in pet stores, because that's where this is headed. Thank you very much.
No further public on this item at this time.
What? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a request for a 5-minute break, and if you haven't been here, outdoors, out the thing, up the stairs to the restrooms. Wait, one quick question. Wait. City manager, sorry.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public, just to let you know that we have removed item 33 from the agenda tonight. We will continue that to next week, and any actions that have been associated with that will also be delayed until after the council has its opportunity to discuss it.
Thank you. Restrooms, water outside, up the stairs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
doesn't work, that doesn't work. All right, page down, and let's page that way. So that's just how to advance it, advance it, okay. All right. Okay. And what are the numbers that so it is in, okay. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Yes, I know. Okay.
So, just one more question.
What?
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We need that break. With that, we've finished all the speakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll come back to the council. First one on it is Councilmember Feline, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just say one more thing, and that is, I just wanted to ask, address the city attorney. There has been a lot of testimony today, and my question to the city attorney is, would you be able to craft an ordinance that would address the sale of puppies from puppy mills and yet address the concerns of breeders?
Many of these ordinances, and I think there's 13 right now in the various cities in California that have adopted these types of ordinances. They vary from city to city, but many of them have explicit exemptions for breeders. The city of San Diego has an exemption for breeders, and Dana Point has an exception. So I feel confident if it were the direction of the city council to create that type of exemption, that we would be able to craft the language. I would want to make sure we have very specific objective language so that it's not subjective and potentially overbroad and vague. So that would be a concern, and the devil would be in the detail, but I do think that we could put something forward that would be legal if that were the direction of the council.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'm sorry, Councilmember Feline, please.
No problem at all. Obviously, we've had a lot of passionate testimony that's gone back and forth. And just for myself, I have 2 dogs, one of which was we got from the Humane Society as a rescue dog. It was a husky, and she had Trixie Bell. She got cancer and passed away, and then we rescued another dog who would have gone to the shelter, Lucky, Belgian Shepherd, and they, of course, like any pet, become a member of the family. And so I certainly want to do anything I can in my capacity that's going to help animals and make sure that anything that's going on within the city of Oceanside, that animals are well treated and well cared for. But I'm uncomfortable with some of the issues of a ban that's been discussed, so I'm going to throw out some questions on the table here. And then, also I want to get to the issue that I was kind of frustrated about, that I talked with the mayor earlier, that, the proponents of the ordinance had a unlimited amount of time to make their case before the speaking began, and the people who were directly impacted by a proposed ordinance got 2 minutes and a little more. So after I put my questions on the table, as well as what else was heard, I would certainly want the people who are going to be impacted by the ordinance to have a chance to make their case, so everyone's case is on the table. But I guess first question would be what the definition of a sale is. And is that going to include stores like Petco that charge for vaccinations and charge for spade or neutering, but otherwise don't charge for the dog? Is that going to be counted as a sale?
If that's questions for me, I'll try and answer it. I think in general the intent of these types of ordinances is to prohibit the commercial sale from a retail type establishment. So if there's no transaction involved, I wouldn't think that would involve a sale. I would say, though, that the City of San Diego ordinance applies more broadly than just a sale, but also to barter, exchange, giving away, etc. So
I'm not familiar with the, was it Petmark that you indicated?
Petco, I believe.
No, it wouldn't prohibit the vaccination type services or other related services, but only the transactions involving the dogs.
Okay. The other issue I want to throw out is, how we define what a responsible breeder is. And is there an industry list or organizations that we could all agree on as to what constitutes a responsible breeder? And then, of course, the flip side of that is what constitutes a puppy mill. Now, the issue of geography, has come into play. And, and I would think that there should be reputable organizations in the Midwest that keep track of what responsible breeders are and which aren't, as well as our own local breeders. And then, of course, I think the issue that was brought up that was legitimate is, do dog rescue organizations also bring in dogs from outside our geographical area? And are they going to be given one set of standards, and people who are selling animals as a business, are they going to be put at a different set of standards? The other issues that have come up is the issue of if there's a direct correlation between having a for-profit dog store or pet store, how that impacts our local humane society. And I think there's an opportunity to research if all the dogs being sold are microchipped. It certainly seems to me it would be easy enough to determine exactly what dogs that enter into our animal shelters are related to dog purchases at for-profit stores, rather than hearing estimates and assertions. I think that can actually be mathematically determined, the exact amount. Let's see, the issue in terms of, once again, what standards are acceptable, which goes back to the issue of a responsible breeder. Now, this gets into a field I don't claim expertise in, but if the dog breeders in the Midwest claim they're USDA licensed and supervised, and many members of the audience have spoken that that's not acceptable, or they don't consider that reliable. Well, what standard is applied, if any, to local breeders to say that they're any more reliable? And I think if we're going to go down this road, and the thrust that I'm making here is an ordinance shouldn't apply to one person or one source of dogs. If there's a problem that needs to be addressed related to the treatment of animals, it should apply to everyone who's involved in that activity with animals. And so with that out on the table, I guess I would invite Mr. Salinas to come down if there's anything he felt he hasn't had an opportunity to say. And then the representative from the Hunt Corporation, if he felt there's any issue with his presentation. And I guess we have the one up here that we can start too, but I think the people who are concerned about an ordinance being overreaching need to have a chance to make their case.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Gary, appreciate that. Oops, sorry guys, I'm clicking on the mouse here. Sorry. I certainly appreciate another little opportunity to speak my mind here. I think we all here in this audience love animals. I mean, I wouldn't be in this business just because it makes money, and I'm not a millionaire per se, not even close. I like this business. I love puppies, and I've always tried to make it right and do it right. That's the type of person I am. I have a moral and ethical standard that I abide by that some people may not agree with, but I've followed every single state and federal law. I pay my taxes, I pay my tithing. I've done everything that you guys have asked me to do, and I'm being singled out. I'm the only pet store here. I was the only pet store in San Diego. Oceanside was our contingency plan. Why did we move to Oceanside? Because North County is a different community. I couldn't, it was either south or it was north. In regards to the military being able to afford our puppies, yes, we do offer financing, but the discount is only $50. And it's a $2,000 dog, so is it that much of a benefit to them? No, but it's a little something. The sources of our puppies, I've been out to the breeders. I've been out to the distributor myself. I've seen them with my very own eyes. And they are not what you see on the propaganda that you see up there. I'm sorry to call it propaganda, but that's what it is. You guys are all invited to go down there on your own dime. You go over there and fly there and just knock on the front door or hunt. They'll let you in. All of our puppies come with their shots. They're dewormed. They're microchipped. They're vet checked. Pet store puppies are the most vet checked puppies in the industry. Therefore, there's less issues. Now they're saying that my puppies are sick and consumer protection and and that the owner is going to incur thousands of dollars in vet bills. That's just simply not true. We abide in the state of California by something called the puppy lemon law, which means that we pay 150% of any vet bills that the customer incurs. So, for example, if a customer pays $2,000 for a puppy, we're going to pay $3,000 in vet bills. That's a lot of money, but that's the law, and we abide by that. Versus if you buy a puppy from a shelter, again, if you want to adopt a dog from a shelter, go for it. We don't discourage that. If you have the heart for it, you should do it, but we should have the right to choose. But again, there's really no warranty with the puppy. I mean, this is what I've heard from customers. Now, it's not coming from me. Okay? They've told me, people from LA, where the ban has been put in effect, they say that the system does not work. And I quote, "These people care more about animals than they care about people," which in some cases I believe that's true. Listen, I love animals. I love what I do. I love puppies. I have 3 dogs of my own. I have unique breeds. I have Commodores. I have a Schnauzer, and I have a little teacup Yorkie. Love them to death, and I do anything for them. So to say that I'm just all about profit and I don't love animals and I don't care about this business, I don't care where the moms and dads are bred. Listen, those videos that you're looking at, some of them are several years old. Several years old. Just like in any industry, it evolves. It evolves. The 1980s kennels are not the same as 2013 kennels, I guarantee you that. And they're getting better and better. If you have an issue with the USDA and their federal guidelines, then you got to take it up with the USDA. Why are you singling out me? I'm the only pet store, so please, I would just encourage you to really take a look at the facts. I printed out a whole stack of information for each one of the council members and the mayor and the deputy mayor. I know you guys received that. You saw all the information there about shelters and how some of them are also substandard shelters. I think if you're going to pass an ordinance, it should be affecting both the shelter system and even if you want to do some sort of regulatory thing in Oceanside, that's fine, as long as it doesn't affect us from being able to sell our puppies. There is an ordinance in New Mexico. It was overturned. It was actually amended where they allowed USDA licensed puppies to be sold. So in other words, if there's another pet store owner or a pet store owner, that comes in and tries to buy puppies from scrupulous puppy mills or substandard breeders that are not licensed, they would not be allowed to sell their puppies. We offer, again, the pedigrees, and we offer everything that the customer could possibly want to investigate the breeder. We have computers set up in our store where they can research the breeder even before they buy the puppy. So, I mean, tell me, what would you have me do? What else would you have me do? I mean, I'm not going to go to the inhumane model is what I call it, because then that's strong-arming me and telling me what I should do and what I shouldn't do. Listen, I can't make a profit selling nail clippers and dog leashes. It's not the same business. People go to buy collars and leashes at Petco. They go to buy collars and leashes at PetSmart. They don't come to my small little store where I have absolutely zero merchandise at Oceanside Puppy. All I sell is puppies, but I sell quality, registered, pedigreed puppies. So I guess that's all I have to say. Again, I appreciate the time, Gary. And if you guys have any questions or would like to come down to the store and take a look for yourself, we're extremely high tech. You should take a look at our kennel systems. We do everything right. Please don't punish us. This is an unfair ordinance. Any questions?
I just have one for the city manager. You may not have the information. I don't believe we have our representative from the police department here, but has there been any police incidences at the pet store?
I'm aware of at least 3 calls for service at the pet store.
Has anyone been charged or arrested that you're aware of? Or the police being called to prevent something from happening?
I'm not aware that anyone has been arrested.
Okay. Any of your employees been harmed? I mean, I saw the one picture, but
Yeah, well, that was just today. Close, and they also harass customers. You know, and part of their tactic is character assassination, defamation of character. That's just part of their agenda. That's what they do. I mean, they've made copies of my face, and they put it on their own faces. They dress up in devil suits, and they dress up, yeah, it might be funny to them, but it's not funny to me or my family. They posted it in front of my church with my name. David Salinas is an animal abuser. These are the type of people that we're listening to. If they're extreme like that, how much more extreme is an ordinance that they're trying to push through? We have to think about those things. And that's just my humble opinion. You know, I'm a nice guy. I try to be as nice. I try to be as honest as possible. Again, I love what I do. Please don't punish us. Please, and I say us because it's not just me. It's my employees. I have I think we have about 12 or 13 employees right now between both stores. You know, and that's pretty much it.
okay, I guess we should see the presentation.
That's fine.
Oh, okay, great. Then thank you. Then I guess we'll have the representative from the Hunt Corporation come down if you want to either redo your presentation or fill in the holes that you didn't get a chance to present.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'd just like to make some comments. I mean, the presentation, I can show pictures, as the opponents have. I can speak with emotion, but I can also speak to facts. And I've listened to a lot of alleged facts today, but what I don't see is any supporting documentation. I do appreciate your comment, and you're bang on. It's an easy, I saw some math that projected the amount of puppies that will end up in your local pet shelters here through pet retail sales. Absolutely right. Take a scanner. All my puppies are microchipped. Go down to the shelter, see what you find. It would be coded back to my corporation and Mr. Salinas' store, in fact, if it is a puppy from our company through Mr. Salinas. Very simple to prove. I saw allegations about the amount of puppies we sell, about the profits that we make, but I don't see any real substantiation behind it. I see pictures in cages which are horrific, and I understand the emotion here. And we support the shutdown of any substandard breeding operation in the country today, and we work hard to make sure that happens if and when it does occur. However, we are people, and our vets and our trained vet technicians are on the ground visiting the breeders that we do business with. They don't live in these conditions for a lifetime. They don't live in cages for a lifetime like this, like our opponents state. It's just simply a fabrication. The pictures themselves are so dated, I'm guessing the most recent ones I saw were 2004 from an alleged breeder. The pictures themselves are 10, 20 years old. They've been recycled. However, how do we get through it? How do you in California understand the facts and the reality of the situation? The facts are, our door is open. And at the end of my presentation, I tried to extend an invitation for anybody to come and see us for themselves to see what really goes on. That's the only way that you're really going to discern truth from fiction, is to do your own due diligence. I'm sorry, it's a trip, it's not easy to do, but if you're really interested in the cause of justice here, that's the only way that I think that it could possibly be served. We can take you to professional breeders so you can also see the conditions that these dogs are raised in that we do business with. And I can assure you they are nothing what's being purported here. Not at all. Our welfare, we believe in animal welfare, not animal rights. There is a huge distinction here. These activists, as you recall here, you're in this community, 2009, they sued or attempted to sue SeaWorld for anti-slavery laws for keeping fish in their tank, right? If animals had rights, that would be a source of legitimacy. Welfare is taking the best of the best veterinary practices and protocols and use them to our God-given abilities to raise the industry to the level and standard that you would all be pleased with, and which we do every day. So I don't need a PowerPoint presentation to speak to speak to more facts. I just beseech you, please come and see us.
Okay,
If
and
you have
one
any more
issue-
questions, I am here to answer any specific question.
Yeah, and I would like to address one issue that I felt the critics have brought forward on the condition of the, mother dogs that are breeding the puppies in terms of what, their standard of care is in terms of, do they get out? Do they, how much time is spent in a cage versus how much time is playing in the yard? I mean, what type of environment that you see firsthand? I assume you go around and you see the breeders, or I don't know. Am I correct in that? You go around and
You're absolutely
see the
right. I mean,
breeders?
it's more, the only way I can really liken it is more to a backyard setting where there are pens where the dogs have the ability to be on the ground, and they have run areas, which is established by USDA and state criteria today that dogs have to be out and have the ability to run. I mean, these yards have to be, it's true. Well,
Excuse me,
Are
ma'am.
you interested in pictures?
Excuse
Seriously?
me.
I mean, where did your pictures come from?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
talk to the council, not the audience. The audience.
But, I'm sorry, I know they have the right to interrupt when they want, and yet the rule of law doesn't apply over here. However, I can supply, we can get photos, we can take you to them, as I have stated. But yes, to your point exactly, yes, there are prescribed regimens for physical exercise that our breeders do adhere to. And we know that, again, because we are there.
Okay, and I guess one question I did forget to toss out on the table that for consideration of the body is, basically what laws the state of California has for pet stores, and what protection is already provided at the state level. I don't know if you know the answer to that.
No, I'm not that familiar with your local laws here. I would think that you, as a regulatory agency, would be more familiar with those as the 50 states that have pet retail stores, and they're all under duress. The issue here is about choice. We have no problem with shelters. Shelters serve a purpose. But to paint the fact that we contribute to the shelters is not correct. This woman over here stated it plainly. There's an industry where puppies are coming in and dogs are coming in from overseas to support the need to sell dogs at the shelters. I don't see any dogs running around your community today. I don't see strays. We can't legislate people to be responsible pet owners, and we all know that there are conditions where people have a dog and they can no longer keep it. They lose a job, they have to move. Who knows what those issues are? They've had a bad experience. And a bad experience with the dog will go to a shelter and it'll be a bad experience someplace else. So they're not clean on their records, but they don't talk to their records. Unfortunately, in any situation in life or in health, if there's health, there's sickness. If there's life, there's death. That's part of life. But what we do is try to mitigate any of those conditions to the best of our ability, and we do it better than anybody else. However, if any one puppy comes from our sources, puppy mill, correct? Automatically, it's puppy mill. It's a substandard breeder. We don't use the word puppy mill. You either have substandard breeders or responsible breeders. As in any industry, doctors, lawyers, teachers, you have good and you have bad. And we work as hard as we can to separate the good from the bad and only work with the best of the best. That's what we do. Please come and see us. Thank you for your time and this effort to come up here again. Any other questions?
No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And just to throw out for the audience's reference, I've been down to Humane Society. Oh, yes.
Can I make one more point? Sure. As our door is always open, AKC is in our facilities on a regular basis. We have great relationships. We're working together to promote the best practices in the industry. We collaborate on animal husbandry. We train together. This breeder educational conference that we're having this weekend, over 1,400 breeders have signed to attend to get education and training, as I had started to mention here, from top industry experts in the country in their fields of genetics, animal care, exercise, nutrition. This is what we do. You saw some images there. They're in your packets. We are not a substandard facility. We're very proud. We are very proud of what we do, and we stand behind our efforts. And our door is open to anybody that wants to see us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And just also for some audience reference, I've been down the Humane Society, probably many of you have, and from what I can tell, a wonderful organization with volunteers who are committed to what they're doing. And yet, in the last report they've issued, they've had 13 dogs, 67 cats, 18 other animals that have died while in their custody for various reasons. It may be the condition the animals were brought in at the time, nothing could be done. It might have been some accident that occurred at the facility. So, you know, I mean, tragedy does happen, and I would certainly want to make sure that any ordinance we're going to be passing on a store isn't, you know, have stricter standards that occurs in the shelter. You know, it's fair that what applies to one applies to the other. And no matter from what I can observe, everyone doing the best they can for the dogs and animals that are in their custody. Some don't make it. You know, some get ill, some get sick. Same with going to a hospital. You know, your greatest risk of getting an infection is being treated at a hospital. Yeah, so it applies to animals as well. And I don't think we should be, you know, extrapolating some statistics to unfairly make a generalization that may or may not be true. I hope this process gets to accurate information from third-party sources that we could all consider credible, because obviously most of the night has been charge and countercharge. Our evidence is good, your evidence is lies, and I'm sitting up here trying to get my arms around it, and it's very difficult. And I would want to have a process where, as a body, we can have some confidence in the information we're relying on to draft an ordinance. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, and I will stop speaking at the moment here. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Kay, I want to bring forward Dr. Kay Henderson. She is an animal scientist with a BS from the Washington State University, an MS and a PhD from UC Davis in psychology, specializing in reproductive psychology and postdoctoral training at Cornell University of Veterinary Medicine. She is a college professor. She teaches biology at Hilltop. She is a member and actually past president of Del Sur Kennel Club of San Diego, and she's been the legislative liaison for 20 years belonging to NAIA, and you have to explain what NAIA is to me, or to the audience.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. NAIA is the National Animal Interest Alliance. And to start our presentation, Joan Miller is going to begin, and she is with the Cat Fanciers Association. She also represents the International Cat Association, San Diego Cat Association, and NAIA. So she's going to begin. I'm going to follow through, and thank you for this opportunity.
I also thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for giving us your time, for Councilmember Kern. I am not only, I've been with the Cat Fanciers Association for over 25 years. I was vice president for many years. And, wait a minute, go back, can you go back? Okay. I'm also the former president of the National Council of Pet Population Study and Policy. And we have produced the most reliable data, I think, ever in the country, particularly on the relinquishment of animals to shelters. And I've heard some data tonight that I would say is not as accurate as I'd like to hear it. Go ahead. Everyone has different ideas about what a pet is ideal for their home and their environment. And we're concerned that any kind of seller ban will limit people's choices. A purebred dog or a pedigreed cat, there's a little Himalayan Persian there, may be just perfect for someone, and it's a wonderful choice. But we also think that many people want to get a pet from a shelter or a rescue group. It's a way to give an animal another chance. So we feel very strongly that people should have the choice. We have common goals. Can you go back? Can you go back? That are very important. And I think that we want pets to be healthy and well-adjusted, and we want the puppies to be in good environments and many other things that we feel are important. Now, reaching our common goals is something that we feel would be very important, too. We share a permanent bond. We share the interest in the permanent bond is very important. It has a lot to do with why animals are relinquished to shelters. And when owners have the appropriate pet selection, they can make choices, then there are less animals that are relinquished. The ideal pet means considering a range of species and breeds and temperament. Now, research shows that dogs are surrendered to shelters when the pet doesn't meet their expectations. And I think it's very important that people are able to choose the species that they want, whether it's a cat or a bird or a dog. They need to think about the size. If they're in a condo, some of them have regulations for 40 pounds or whatever. The age is really important. The shelters have a limited selection of young puppies, and the younger dogs are the most desired by prospective owners, and that is shown by the research that you can see up there. Temperament is also important, particularly if their families have children and are afraid of the particular animal. The investment, the less expensive dogs are more frequently relinquished to shelters, as we have found in research also. Now, we understand and we appreciate that originally it seems that cats were not going to be considered. However, it seems that tonight we hear that maybe they will be. So we are very concerned about this. We hope that you will not add cats to any proposed ban or any ordinance. The cat breeds are all very rare. I don't know if you all recognize an Abyssinian, a Siamese, a Burman, and a British Shorthair. Those are all natural breeds. They're very treasured. They have a long history. And we have very few breeders. The loss of one breeder can be detrimental to a breed. Now, the various problems that we can see is that in San Diego, for instance, they said to us, and Dr. Wiseman at the San Diego Humane Society said that we did not want to have cats or hurt any of the breeders. However, when they drafted the ordinance, they put an exemption in there, and it did hurt the breeders. Put the next one on here. No, not that one. Back. Okay. All right. Now, because they don't understand how we work. They don't understand that the loss of, first of all, we don't like the idea of the terminology kitten factory. That bothers us very much because there is no large commercial breeding of cats because it's not very, it's not viable commercially. And cats are susceptible to infectious diseases, and they are not really raised as dogs can be. They cannot have multiple large catteries as they can with kennels because cats just don't do very well in that kind of environment. Most pet stores do not want to carry cats because they're just too hard to deal with. And breeders have to be very, very careful with their cats. So it offends us when we hear this term being used, kitten factory. Now, the incidence of pedigree cats in shelters is absolutely negligible. The only research that I know of is that the American Humane Society, American Humane Association years ago did one, and they said it was 0.01% that they could figure. Most of the shelters, including, I just recently talked to Don Danielson at the San Diego Humane, our Animal Shelter Services, and she said that they rarely see any pedigree cats at all, unless someone dies and there's a thing that would happen occasionally, but normally they don't have any at all. Now, in San Diego, they did have this exemption, and because they didn't really think it through and they didn't look to any of us for any advice, they have a very bad thing in their exemption. They did take out their threshold, which we appreciated, but they have now you have to have every cat has to be bred and raised on your premises. They didn't even say born and raised, they said bred and raised. Well, that means that if you found a stray cat, where lots of breeders do take in stray cats and they want to rehome them, find them another home, they can't do that because they didn't have it bred and raised on their premises. So this is an unintended consequence that we think is most unfortunate. So please don't think about, if you're going to think about getting exemptions, don't make them so restrictive that it would be the loss of our pedigree cat breeders. Thank you.
These people do not represent us, and nor do they represent most of your constituents. Today I'm representing the American Kennel Club, the National Animal Interest Alliance, Cabrillo Kennel Club, Del Sur Kennel Club, Bahia Kennel Club, and Silver Bay Kennel Club. We don't need to ban animal cells or breeder regulations. The CAPS analysis is a very flawed analysis. And CAPS is not a local group, it's a Massachusetts group, and their mission is, and I quote, to ban all sales of dogs and cats nationwide. However, if you read carefully the CAPS analysis, you will see that when they investigated San Diego puppy, the Department of Animal Services never found any violations. They always had a clean record. So there is something of value to be said in that. Our recommendations are that Oceanside should take no action on a ban of pet sales. Let your residents keep their choice. Avoid actions that would result in the movement of dogs for purposes of adoption or sale from foreign countries, particularly those that have dog-to-dog rabies, because this protects the public. Consider how shelters and rescues might be made accountable to protect buyers and adopters, because they are not regulated in any way. Another reason we don't need the pet store ban is because now, with the internet release of all APHIS records, it's easy to see if a breeder is a good breeder or a bad breeder. And in particular, California has just put in very strong regulations that were proposed by the pet industry and have been agreed upon by all the animal welfare organizations, and we have the strongest in the country. I urge you to read those and then see if there really is anything that Oceanside needs to do. Another reason we don't need a ban is our shelters do not euthanize healthy or adoptable dogs. They do kill animals that people bring in that have cancer or animals that can't get along in society because they're vicious, but they do not kill, and haven't for 13 years, any adoptable or treatable dogs. We have strong humane treatment laws in place. The puppies that go to a pet store are regulated in the state of their birth, in the state of their distributor, in the state that they arrive in, by both federal and state legislators. So a puppy might have as many as 7 hands-on examinations by different veterinarians if it's sold in a store. In fact, California has one of the most complete pet store standards in the nation, and also one of the most comprehensive pet warranties. But it only applies to breeders, local breeders, home breeders, and to pet stores. It does not extend to shelters or rescue dogs. So I want to talk about some of the unintended consequences of such a ban. First, it discourages a pet-friendly environment, and it also discourages collaboration amongst all of the stakeholders. But even with a ban, there is going to be a demand for purebred dogs, and it cannot be met by the local home breeders in the area. And the alternative sources are far less regulated. You don't want to do anything that drives animal sales underground, because that sort of activity discourages vaccinations and licensing, and that impacts local revenue. We don't want to encourage importation from non-local sources. Breeder restrictions or exemptions, as Joan said, adversely affect local dog and cat breeders. So consider, well, where are the rescue dogs coming from? They're not from pet stores, and they're not from local purebred breeders. A lot of them are coming from countries with rabies, like Mexico, China, Colombia, Romania. You may not know this, but there is actually a shortage of small dogs in the United States, and shelters all over the country are importing from these countries where rabies is prevalent. Another source is failed adoptions. So if we have animals that are poorly socialized and not healthy, that are more likely to fail in their adoptions. And then of course strays, and we have no provenance on those. In a report by Customs and Border Protection that was actually commissioned by the Humane Society and Christine Kehoe, they found that 10,000 puppies per year are smuggled into San Diego, and most of them never leave San Diego. They're mostly purebred and hybrid dogs. The people who are smuggling them make a good profit. They usually make 6 times what they paid for the puppy, because the demand is great. And no one stops this, and no one sees to it that these animals are healthy. This is a picture of puppies that were under a car seat that they happened to catch. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is adamant that the movement of dogs for the purpose of adoption or sale from areas with dog-to-dog rabies transmission should be prohibited. Do we really have to have a child get rabies to realize that it's a bad practice to be bringing animals in that are not quarantined and vaccinated? The United States
anyone can be a rescue. You fill out a form, a tax form, and you're a rescue, and you may never have actually rescued an animal. So nationwide, we're having to look at, are there good rescues and there are not so good rescues, just like there are good breeders and not so good breeders. So what's wrong with giving a monopoly to the shelters and the rescues for pet sales?
Mayor Wood,
Excuse me.
I need to represent people that I came here with.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, Dorothy, you're on my time. She listened to you. You sit down. You listen to her. And I'll tell you what I will do, Dorothy. After she completes her statement, I will let you talk. But right now, do not interrupt the speaker.
Some more lies about this. I hope they don't influence your decision, because a lot of them are.
Excuse me, Dorothy, I got to say this. The Deputy Mayor took charge of this today and chewed you out, so let's move on. And as for you, young lady, let's pick up the pace too, like everybody else.
Okay. So the U.S. has a shortage of small puppies, and as a result, it's common practice to import dogs from out of state and out of country. Los Angeles shelters have recently changed their policy. They used to spay every bitch that came in pregnant. Now they're letting them have the puppies so they have something to sell. Helen Woodward does the same thing. I met somebody who fosters puppies, and she raises 7 litters per year for Helen Woodward. Street dogs from Mexico have the very same characteristics that we're concerned about. Bad genetics, no prenatal care, no or poor socialization, diseases, parasites, poor environment. And when they come in and they don't do well in their new homes, they end up in the public shelters at a cost to taxpayers. So, there are Pet Finder says there's 100 rescues in San Diego. Focus says 160. We've got great bona fide nonprofits, and we have some that are not so good, but many of them are getting their dogs from out of the county, out of the state, and out of the country. And these failed imports are not good. Helen Woodward, on 2 occasions, went as far as Romania to bring in puppies. This is Animal Rescue Without Borders. They do what everybody's advocating, the humane model. They sell their puppies.
Excuse me one second, I'm going to interrupt you. What has this got to do with our local ordinance?
Oh,
Excuse me, federal laws. Well, I can't enforce federal laws. You talk about federal laws out of country. How can our local ordinance get into that issue?
You need to be aware that when
we're aware of them. Thank you very much. Talk about local ordinances, not federal laws that I can't do anything about.
If you go to Petco to an adoption event, the shelter dogs are primarily from Mexico. 35, most of them from Mexico.
We're talking Mexico again. I don't want to hear about Mexico. Talk about the local ordinances.
Bringing problems to Oceanside from out of county. More Baja Street Dogs. This organization brags that they bring in 500 dogs to San Diego every year. From Baja, not California dogs.
And do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yes. I'm talking to you. I don't want to hear about federal laws. Local ordinances is what we're talking about tonight. You're off topic. That's all I'm saying. I'll listen to you like we listen to everybody else. But I can't do much about federal laws, about Mexico, China, whatever. So we're talking about tonight local ordinances, and that's what I'm concerned about. You're not talking about them.
An unintended consequence of any ban is that there will be an influx of dogs from foreign countries. Oceanside, we recommend that you take no action, that you retain the residents' choice, and that you avoid actions that encourage movement of dogs for purposes of adoption or sale from places that have rabies.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And I tell you mainly about the local stuff, not about the international.
Of Oceanside to support business and diversity, and continue letting families select the right pet for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pet, my choice.
I apologize for the mayor's behavior and for Ms. McCorkle's behavior. We sat here quiet.
Excuse me.
And we listened to both sides.
No. What I'm trying to say is
listen to
why would I be interfered with?
Because, you know, somehow...
5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, because Thank you. Quick break, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Another highlight reel. Listen to the other side. Now, Missouri? You know, why are we talking about Missouri? Let's talk about local laws.
Somebody dropped this. Oh, Peter! There's nothing in it.
That's this right here.
Oh. Thank you.
Working? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the quick break. I know this is emotional for all of us. I just want you to know it's getting late. It's been going on for a long time. We can attack each other, which we do all the time, and I expect that, and the audience too. However, I want to keep on topic. My interruption for this young lady was certainly obvious. I can't do things about international law. I can't do things about other states. But I can decide what we can do here with this choice of the council from your input. That's what I want to hear about, what I can do locally. This thing really got off topic because it's really about, do we want to sell animals at any particular place from puppy mills? That's what we're talking about, ordinance over puppy mills. Nothing else, just puppy mills, but with that in mind, here we are. I want to address one more issue. I was taken to task that I didn't give the other side time to talk. Then I find out the other side has a pre-arranged group to talk all night too. So I get battered one way, and we find out they have a setup for another group. So that concerns me because it keeps going longer and longer. This is about an issue that says, well, do you want puppy milk brought to our city and sold out of a shop? And that's kind of what it's all about, and that's why we brought it here. We put it on to see your input, as long as it might be. That's what we're here to discuss. It's gotten out of hand because we kind of expected that from the group. And I certainly expected it from this council and the council majority. So other than that, we'll go forward. I interrupted the deputy mayor because I want to stay on topic. And I don't want him apologizing for me for anything. It's the other way around. Thank you very much. Take it from there.
Okay, I'm still up? All right. So I am not going to support this tonight. I cannot see us going forward with any type of ordinance at this time. You know, I have friends on both sides of this issue. Harriet, Chris, I support Spot. I've gone to their fundraisers, and I think that the bottom line here was everybody wants responsible pet ownership. So, and the idea that, the lady left, but the one line that really kind of tore me, we care more than the other side, so we should be able to tell them where to buy their pets. That just does not sit well with me. The idea that you say, we care more, so we should tell other people how to live their lives. Mm-hmm. That is just, that rankles me. That puts a burr under my saddle to no end. I did not interrupt her. I let her speak her piece, and now I get to say mine. So the one thing that upsets me, and I know there's passion here, but we also have to have civility. When you guys were speaking, they sat quietly. I expect the same when they're speaking, you sit quietly. To come up in the middle of somebody's presentation and interrupt them, it's just rude. And that's rude behavior. And I'm surprised the mayor didn't gavel her down. But since she supports the mayor's position, that's why he let her go. So the idea is, and I would have done the same thing if it was the other way around. Because I just want to hear all sides. So the other thing is this vilifying the other side. I can't see if the lady's here yet, but all pet store owners are liars. What are they talking about? So you're going to make this broad statement that all pet store owners are liars. Right there, you just lost me, because that's not true. So, and if that's not true, I can make the distinction that everything else you say is not true. So for me, we don't need another ordinance in California. We are the 49th in freedom in the United States. And I think we're trying for 50th. So for me, we have plenty of ordinances in California that regulate this business. You know, the idea that it is changing. We're not going to talk about Mexico, but we can spend hours talking about Michigan or Missouri or Iowa. Somehow that doesn't correlate, that we can't change federal law either. You know, USDA certification, we can't change that, but we'll talk about it. So the idea is tonight, my suggestion to my colleagues is to vote no on this, and if there seems to be a problem later on, we can start tracking this information and get real statistics and real information instead of emotion. Then we'll come forward with an ordinance. And at that time, and I support it. I've had dogs in the past. I've had pets. I've rescued dogs. You know, the idea that somehow we don't care because we don't agree with you, that is absolutely wrong. And I hate that attitude when we get to these settings. That somehow what we need to do first is vilify the other side, so they look terrible, they're horrible people, we care more, so we should regulate what they do. And if that's your attitude, I will never, ever support anything you bring forward. If you want to have an open, honest discussion about this problem, my door is always open, as of any member that's up here. As of right now, I haven't heard that. All I've heard is emotion, some extrapolated statistics. Looks like 1980s video that actually looked like it was recorded on a video cassette recorder and the tape's been stretched. So I just can't support that. So the idea that, and I'm sure, I don't know what the vote's going to be, because I haven't heard from my colleagues yet, but I'm not going to support it. And hopefully later on we can have a honest, straightforward, civil discussion of this problem. With that, I yield back my time.
Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The San Diego City Council in July of this year, in a truly nonpartisan way, adopted this ordinance unanimously. Republicans and Democrats. This is not a partisan issue. There's this, when asked, Dr. Gary Weitzman, CEO of the Humane Society, said the point of the ordinance is to encourage reputable and responsible breeding and adoption or sales. Quote, it will absolutely not affect backyard breeders or hobby breeders or responsible, reputable breeders that are actually doing a great job at providing great dogs that often aren't in a shelter or rescue environment. Okay? So it sounds like what I've just heard, even from the dais, is that we all agree to that. We all agree that is what we want to do. So what is the fear about this ordinance? I don't get it. If, you know, from the mouths of the opposition, they're agreeing with me. They're agreeing with us that we want to have healthy puppies. So I heard they said, oh, these are not puppies from puppy mills. Okay, then banning puppies from puppy mills shouldn't be a problem. Should not be a problem. So I don't get it. I personally thought that those supporting the ban behaved much more civilly, because when I asked them not to clap and to do this when they, you know, they support something, and, you know, this when they don't, they did that. But it was the opposition who, you know, has been making a lot of noise. And I know this is an emotional issue, so I haven't said anything in the, you know, before. I found the presentation we just had absolutely incredible. Incredible. You know, going on and on and on about what's happening in Russia and, you know, Mexico and all that. It was completely irrelevant to this discussion here at the dais. And the mayor was absolutely right to gavel this. Absolutely right. Because everybody else was able to address the very specific thing that we have before us. And at the very beginning I said, this is, you know, what I want is something narrowly tailored for our residents, because it's our residents that are being hurt. It is our residents that are going to have to pay for more killings, for more euthanasia in our shelters. And what was that statement about that dogs don't get killed, aren't put to death in shelters? Could I please ask you to come up, Ms. Snyder, right, and tell me, is it true that we don't have any euthanasia, no deaths occurring in our shelters?
Not the representative of the Humane Society or anything, but that's absolutely not. And if you had ever stepped in the shelters and seen that a dog's not there the next day and you asked, has this dog been adopted? If it wasn't adopted, you could pretty much put 2 and 2 together. So we absolutely, it's an overpopulation. So to bring in more dogs is why we're here.
Thank you. And actually, I knew that because, you know, we're told that. We have that information. And in fact, because the shelters are actually helping us. This whole idea about trying to cut down on the deaths, on the absolute, you know, just horrible, horrible deaths and waste of dogs. That's why we have all these volunteers. You heard time and time again, hi, my name is so-and-so. I live in Oceanside, or I live in Carlsbad, and I volunteer. Time and time again in shelters to help us, our citizens, to help our city. So all I heard was, you know, we're here to help. And on the other side, you know, I didn't hear very much at all, except, well, I want to have a right to do this, whatever I want. And we do have regulations. Lots of regulations. One person said, and she is an Oceanside resident, She said, you know, it really got me. She said, this doesn't mean, and she pointed to our sign which says liberty, in God we trust, liberty. That doesn't mean, that for me doesn't mean that you have the right of corporate, basically cruelty, corporate cruelty. And that stuck with me. I'm hearing that we care about our animals. It should not make any difference at all if what we do is we ensure that this cruelty will not be happening within our city limits. We just heard they got kicked out of San Diego on a ban that basically excluded breeders. We know that. And we also know from city attorney has said he can craft an ordinance that will not affect our breeders, not affect them. This is only targeted at this horrible business that is going on. That's all. You know, not reputable breeders, not the, you know, the kennels, you know, who pride themselves, who are involved in these shows. I know several people who are very involved in shows. It's not going to affect them. They're not here because they called me and asked me, is this going to affect me? I said, no. I would never do that. Never do that. What I want to do is address a horrible situation. And I think we can do that. I think we can all agree that we want to have our residents be able to have choice, but a choice where there is truth. There is an openness about where these dogs came from. That they're going to spend $2,000 or $3,000. That it's not going to be coming from a puppy mill. I saw the date of 2012 on those films. Now, I don't think it's from the 1980s. And unfortunately, I mean, all of these bans, ordinances, whatever you want to call them, are recent. San Diego just passed one unanimously. I don't know if Chula Vista passed unanimously, but Chula Vista just passed one. I mean, this is happening over and over again, and I think it's because it's becoming a burden on taxpayers. We don't want to have to pay more for additional killings. And I think we've asked a lot from the shelters, from our volunteers already. I know that it's a work of art. I mean, a work of love. I know that every day when they go out and do this and save one more dog from being killed, you know, that's their reward. What happens when the floodgates open? What happens? That is a tough situation, and I think that it is our citizens who are asking us to do this. You know, the opposition, they're mostly from out of Oceanside. You know, I listened to where people were coming from, and you know, the speakers, you know, that seem to be coming, and it sounded like, well, they must be going around the country doing this. We care about what happens here in Oceanside. We want good businesses. We want to be the city that everybody is proud of. I didn't feel very comfortable with a woman who helps with the rescues and said that her husband is involved in a multi-million-dollar business and they will move from Oceanside. You know, that's not what we want. We want people to come here. We certainly profit a lot from all the volunteerism that we have, even in this room. So I'm asking us to support something that will address the problem, which I'm hearing from the opposition, gee, we don't do that. So if they don't do it, then obviously I'm sure they're going to want this. And at the same time, protect our breeders. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller, please. It's been a while.
So, I get my goldfish from the carnival. I have a brother-in-law who raised rabbits to eat them and get pelts from them. you know, it's, as a kid, you know, you went to the pet store to look at the pets. And I've owned an animal, several. My family owns a lot of them, dogs of every make. We're not too hot on cats, but this is, you know, I feel like we're talking about whether we're going to do something for good or bad against our children here. You know, this is not a something I take lightly, because I've had at least 2 suggestions from people very close to me that you know, these pictures that we saw, the puppy mills, if you want to call them that. I'm not really clear what a puppy mill is at this point, because it just looks like a bad breeding ground of some sort from what the pictures we saw. But 2 of my closest people are very interested in you know, not having that kind of activity, and are, you know, very much in favor of shutting down a legal business. There's nothing illegal about having a store on Oceanside Boulevard. I do have a question, though, and if if somebody can tell me how much sales tax there is on a dog.
It's 8%.
8%, so it's just regular sales tax. Okay.
Yeah, regular sales tax. And
thank you. That's all I need. Thank you. So that's, I just don't believe in my heart that everybody's out here to fight each other over the issue of dogs, and that this is going to kill the potential growth of the city. I haven't heard what the definition of reputable breeder is, and how do you regulate that? No, I haven't heard anybody say that is. I mean, I just don't know what a reputable breeder is. Is that one that has 2 dogs and, you know, 3 times a year they maybe have litters, or however many times a year? Or you know, I'm not getting that. So I don't. I think I'm. We talked. I thought I heard the mayor say something about having discussions earlier about selling shelter animals, working together with the shelter and the puppy store. Is that the name of the place? The puppy store? Oceanside Puppy. Is that true, Mayor? Were those discussions taking place?
Yes, they were.
So, well, I'm not sure what you end up with then, if that's the case. Is that a reputable place to get the animals as well? I just I don't know what I'm going to do here, because I'm not really sold on either side. I don't feel like I think there's just maybe a little too too much emotion for we as human beings to have the responsibility and dominion over, as we heard earlier, dominion over the animals. And nobody here, I don't believe anybody here thinks cruelty to animals of any kind is a good thing. I don't believe that's anybody in this room. So that's all I have.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to document the record on one item here, using the report from the Humane Society itself, going from July of 2011 to June of 2012, they claim they have not euthanized a single healthy dog. That they've had approximately, if I read the numbers correctly, about 3,000 euthanasias, but they were classified as dogs that were untreatable, either brought in by the owner or brought in that I guess became that way in their care. But that's how they classify. They claim they're not euthanizing any healthy dogs. I think all our nerves have been rubbed kind of raw here, and I would ask my colleague, Councilwoman Sanchez, if she'd be interested in an approach that we try and get some information we all agree on, that we try and sit down with Mr. Salinas, the Hunt Corporation, our own Humane Society, and I don't know what would be considered a reputable advocacy group for the sales, and see if we can agree on what a puppy mill is, if we can truly agree on what a reputable breeder is, if we can get a better handle on what the regulations are that the state of California already provides. So if the people who put their passion into the animals, because I'm not an expert in any of these fields, I've only know the information I'm given. I tried to research this issue the best I can, and I think the first thing that would be helpful before we consider an ordinance would be to see if we can agree on some definitions, so at least we find out where we all agree, regardless of where we are on the spectrum, and where we disagree. And if we at least can get those boxes settled, then we kind of know what direction we might be able to go in, or what direction we might want to go in, whether it's as a 5-0 majority, or if it turns out to be a minimum 3-2 combination of some type. But, as I mentioned earlier, I'm hearing charge, countercharge. I don't know where to put, who has the irrefutable evidence. Obviously, I think, the pictures we saw represented atrocious conditions. They obviously happened somewhere, sometime. So whenever that was, it's absolutely unacceptable. And if there's something in a small way we can do as our city to bring that to an end in a reasonably structured ordinance, I'm willing to look at that. But I think the first step is to see if we can at least find out where we agree and where we don't agree on some solid definitions that would have to go in an ordinance. And the first thing, is, as we touched on earlier, what's a sale? What's a responsible breeder? What's a puppy mill? I mean, it's like the Supreme Court considering pornography when they tried to come up with a definition. One of the justices says, I know it when I see it. Well, we can't put that in an ordinance. And so I don't know, Councilwoman, if that's a direction you would be interested in going.
Thank you. For a few moments, could I call the manager of the North County Humane Society? I know you're going to go, oh. I realize, and certainly it shows tonight, that there's more than one side here. There's two sides in the issue. I'll get to your question in a second. What I'm concerned about, this is really about, if you think about the question and not what we said all day, it was about, can this store sell puppies, or maybe even cats, from a puppy mill? That's what it was really all about, the motion, etc. That's all about. I don't really see anybody in this room that was upset about
puppy mills?
This, like Councilmember Sanchez says. I don't think anybody wants to say, let's buy from a puppy mill. And I think that's the sad part. This got off track and got emotional, which we expected. Before tonight, we probably received, who knows, 80 emails from different sources. There were templates, standard emails that everybody signed, but generally the same, except for one side had more individuals. We knew it was going to be emotional in that. However, a couple things I'd like to ask is, number one, are there puppy mills to your knowledge? And you are, please tell people who you are and your background. You're out here in Oceanside.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm the Senior Director of our North Campus here for the San Diego Humane Society and SPCA. I've been in the animal welfare profession for a little over 18 years. I have investigated numerous puppy mills, backyard breeds, etc. in the cities of Long Beach, Signal Hills, Cerritos, Seal Beach, and of course now here in Oceanside and Vista. So, are there backyard puppy mills? Yes. Are there commercially sanctioned puppy mills out of state that puppies are being shipped in? Yes. I think as your service provider, we want to be here for you to answer questions, help get the information you need to make the best choice for your community. But I think that your community has spoken. It is a passionate issue, as we know. Animal issues resonate with people like nothing I've ever seen and or experienced. I would like to reiterate, as your service provider, we want to support and help you. As the San Diego Humane Society, we of course support a ban that would, or an ordinance that would be not allowing animals to be really manufactured and commercially sanctioned animal cruelty operations. And so the bottom line is we are wholly supportive of responsible breeders. You're right. I think you all need to know, well, what does that mean? And so we are currently trying to reach out to the breeders across all of San Diego County to put a list together to go and visit, to be partners, because you're right, everybody that comes to our facility, they may not find the breed exactly that they want. We do have purebreds. We do have a lot of purebred cats, by the way, so come check us out over there on Airport Road and you'll see for yourself. And we are regulated, by the way. We all have to have a veterinary premise permit, so the California Veterinary Medical Board actually regulates us. So once again, come visit us and see how we're doing. But let's stay on topic. We support the humane model, and that is entering into partnerships. We support local business. It's so important for this community. Just ask Petco and PetSmart if they're thriving by selling pet food, pet products, supplies, the toys. When the economy took a downturn several years ago, what industry continued to flourish? The pet supply industry. It's just remarkable. So those stores can thrive without selling puppies that are shipped in from puppy mills. I don't know if I answered your question, but we'll work together if you want to gather more info. But I think your community spoke, and it is your community that really, I hope that we're here to serve.
Well, I've been to puppy mills in Southern California and out of state, and those pictures that were shown were very accurate of a puppy mill. They were in small cages, multiple dogs, always barking, no affection from anybody. So I'm not in favor of puppy mills, and that's kind of what we were looking at tonight. I don't want to get too far off topic, is that the ordinance that we're recommending, if this got forward and voted to go to staff and come back, everybody still has the opportunity to see how it's written and go yes or no. All of us. They could end up saying no. I think it should go forward to staff and start looking at it. I find it hard to believe that all these cities that come up with the same similar ordinances, I mean big cities, Los Angeles, San Diego, that they didn't have any inlook or opportunity to see what they got, what was written by their staff or city attorneys, come back, look at it, decide whatever the issues are, and vote on it. We're seeing more and more and more cities doing that. And I mean big cities, Chula Vista, San Diego, #1, #2 in the county. We're #3 in the county, and I think that's probably why we brought it up. I think this would be probably something that's covered in any other city in the future, except for the emotional sting that goes with it. Here we are. This city is used to fighting and yelling and screaming. We're very good at it, and I understand that. The more we do it, the better we get. What I'm getting to and asking you these questions is, well, a lot of people speak, and it appears to be that there still are puppy mills and you're somebody in the business. And that's what I wanted to find out. And you were dealing with us, trying to come up with an ordinance that would be very helpful for all parties involved. There's nobody in this room, like we said, who probably doesn't like animals. Some of us better than the others. The other people might want to say, I want to make my choice no matter where it is or where it is. What I can't control, and I kind of spoke that, is there's ordinances, federal level, state level, local, county, whatever. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, this won't be one more ordinance that would be even noticed in the big pile of ordinances. We all have them, plenty of them. But what I'm getting to is, what's wrong with putting something out that it seems like everybody agreed on? Puppy mills. How do I define those? I don't know. It would be somebody at the state level, at your level, at the puppy stores. Obviously, if they got an ordinance that can't get them from puppy mills, I think they'd have to be very careful about where they got their animals from. Now, I heard the gentleman from Hunt say there's basically no puppy mills anymore, and they don't know anything about them, and that's from 1980. Or you're really up to date on this, and I'm sure other people are, or other cities wouldn't be writing these ordinances. Do you agree in some sense that this is a reasonable ordinance, as we say, not local breeders, that basically puppy mills were the same for cat or dogs? And I'll ask you that question. Cat, dogs, bunnies, is there a difference or some opinion on your behalf?
Well, obviously, our shelters are full of dogs, cats, puppies, kittens, and rabbits. I would say those are the categories that unfortunately end up with us on a daily basis in huge numbers. People were quoting, we don't euthanize healthy treatable animals, and the goal is for us to help the other coalition shelters in San Diego County get to zero. We have even that initiative, G2O, get to zero. Well, that means we're impounding that many more from those shelters who are at risk for euthanasia, so maybe they're not having to euthanize them, but we're treating them and caring for them, which adds cost. And so we took in over 9,000 animals last year, which is several thousand more than the year before. 4,778 in the North Campus alone. So you share that with the City of Vista, of course. It is a reasonable ordinance if all the stakeholders involved are heard, and that the city attorney can formulate language or draft language that sort of satisfies everything. And of course, again, exempting the reputable breeders. You know, we keep saying the word rescue, and I want to mention there are breed-specific rescues that are specific to one purebred dog, French bulldog, right? Labradoodles, believe it or not, Puggles. So where do you think those purebreds are coming from? They're coming from pet stores and other breeders that things go awry in the home and they turn them in. So the rescues are getting the purebreds who would normally come to us, but there are those little pockets of folks out there specializing in their breed-specific dogs because they're familiar with that breed, just like the reputable breeders are. So let's work together at draft the language, and then let's help each other define what a puppy mill is. Define what a reputable breeder is. Sorry, it's been a long night.
Oh, I know.
We'll help. We'll gladly help, and we'll gladly sit down with Mr. Salinas and work something out to where it could be amenable to all.
Well, I'd heard comments too, and you were there. It was earlier when first we started discussing this issue. I'm emotional like everybody else because my 2 dogs replaced my 3 kids. Their family, and there's no doubt about it. I feel that way about animals, and when you see some of these films, you get very upset and personal, and I understand that. But for you, we talked about, even with all the rescues we have, and Councilmember Sanchez said that you're about $1 million contract to us here in Oceanside. That's not cheap. And then all the aspects of rescue dogs, what you're doing costs money to all the taxpayers. And more when I go down to I go down about at least once a month to either the dog park, the dog side, or the cat side. But it gets more and more animals and more cost to everybody out here in the audience for these animals. We had a big battle a while back on euthanizing the animals and concerns, but after a while you can't take so many more in. Shelters and people groups take them, but they still don't have enough. I think if you would try to explain, I think we were talking about trying to have places like this puppy store or whatever, having them not buy or get puppy mill animals, but maybe you would supply them with dogs, cats, or bunnies for free for them to sell, and they're not, quote, from puppy farms. And then that's you stepping back into the community saying, we're giving you something, helping yourself to make sales, plus you're helping the rescue animals. I mean, maybe that's not what the people want. But believe me, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if I want a particular breed dog, I can find it. No matter what it is, I know how to find them, just like everybody in the audience. If you're into animals, you don't want a humane rescue dog, you can find whatever you want, anywhere you want, for a local or potential a good breeder. They're not cheap, I understand that, but they're out there. For you know this too, when we were talking about this, the partnership, city's trying to help people that are concerned about puppy mills, and you wanted to try to help a business to stay in business by giving them or supplying them from all over San Diego County, dogs, small or big. Your thoughts? When I'm talking most of it, but you were there too.
You know, he doesn't have to get from, or any of the, I mean, if there were pet stores, they don't have to come to the shelters. Let them hook up with the local reputable breeders. That way they're local, and then we know how they're bred and born, and we know that they're kept humanely and not in a small cage where they can barely stand up, turn around, etc. He can enter into those partnerships. There's probably folks sitting right here that can actually help with the supply in that sense. Will it be as profitable as the commercially bred animals? Perhaps not, but maybe a combined partnership using our local rescues, using our local animal shelters, animal control agencies, us, as well as some local breeders. That way there's more of a mix, more of a variety, and more of a choice.
I bought I have papillons, butterfly dogs. That's because I have 3 girls, and they want those dogs. I brought them to the Western States Dog Show, and they said that's what I want. So I've had 4 of them over the years, and I've lost a couple of them for age and cancer. But what I'm getting to, I went to an outside breeder, a legit breeder, and I got a very expensive dog for a lot less money than going to a pet store. So common sense prevails. You'll find them whatever you want. I guess I wanted you up here to say that you're certainly an expert in the field. This ordinance, is there anything that you heard what it was going to be? Is there an issue that you would have with this ordinance?
No, again, I think if we address the concerns of our local breeders and the language is amenable, and I'm not an attorney certainly, but obviously I'm not saying adapt the exact language to San Diego, the city of San Diego. We have some concerns with that perhaps, but we can learn from that. And there's 33 other cities now that we know, or 34 with San Diego, across North America to sort of see what's happening with that language. So I think you have an opportunity now to really maybe, set the benchmark for how this type of ordinance should really be written.
Well, I think other surrounding cities are looking at this ordinance. I won't mention any city councilman from Vista sitting in the back. Anyhow, with that, I thank you. Have a seat unless somebody else calls you out. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'm emotional just like you because there's always 2 sides. Is one side better or smarter than the other? No. Do I think that the people here or over there love animals? Oh, yes. As we get down to the nitty-gritty, I don't think we're trying to stop anybody from picking the animal they want or whatever animal that is. It's trying to say, it's all about, when you listen to it, puppy mills. And they're trying to people to stop that. That doesn't mean they can't get all their animals from anywhere else and sell them legit and not puppy mills. And that was the big issue tonight. It seemed to got off track. I understand that. I also want to explain one more time. When I have people, a council person present an item like tonight, and they have their people explain things and what's going on, I'm not trying to shortchange the other side, whoever wants to talk, is that I have to decide how long we'll go, and will it be 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, whatever. And with 47 speakers, 2 minutes was probably too long, but that seemed reasonable. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to stop the other side, but all the council members have the right to call somebody up too, like they did, and explain. But I said we didn't get to cover these people, but we had a big surprise from Deputy Mayor Kern. We had people come up and do a presentation. I'm sure that was arranged too. And so they did get their side to talk, but what it is, I just want to get a little angry when we're getting off topic. International laws I have no ability to change, and the border, Mexico, China, whatever, they probably need to be addressed at federal level and state level and county, whatever, but I can't change that. This is Oceanside, what we're going to do. I don't see that the motion that Councilwoman Sanchez put earlier, and I second, is too far off base and isn't very damaging to anybody. Now, I just had an expert say, is there puppy mills? Yes, I heard Mr. Hunt, the company, say he hasn't seen any. Well, I have. So that's where we're at. And as for the council members, we argue, let me finish. We argue because we're very passionate on either side. That means we sometimes yell or scream and get up and do our things that we do all the time, and we're getting pretty darn good at it. Also, I want to tell you people in the audience, this item has taken up quite a lot of time, if you can imagine, when we started. We started at 2 o'clock, the council member closed session, and here we were going on 10 o'clock probably. And you all, it's a work night. You're going to go home and you have to get home, but the emotions of this are, what's wrong with sending this to staff, come to me back with something, wording that we got all the input from both sides, the Humane Society, whatever, coming back for an ordinance that later on, if we get it and nobody here votes for it, it dies. What's wrong with that? And that's, I think, what Councilwoman Esther Sanchez was trying to explain. Everybody seemed to be agreeing, no puppy mills. What's wrong with that? I threw in cats because I knew the Humane Society, and I was worried about when I go down there, there's a whole bunch of bunnies. Everybody buys one for Easter or whatever, and they get stuck with them down there. They're wonderful, but they don't last long as a pet that I see. Now, I've bored you all to death, and I have other lights on, and I'll get to them. But this is an item from Councilmember Sanchez. She gets the last word on it, if I may. And right now, I got Councilmember Kern up, so your turn, sir. And I apologize for if I said something to offend you, number one. Number two, I keep calling you council member. You're the deputy mayor. Thank you.
Well, by the time everybody gets used to calling me deputy mayor, I'll be termed out.
You'll be gone, I know.
Yeah. So by the time we get to that thing, I agree with Councilmember Fleeing. We're not ready to write an ordinance tonight or even send it to the city attorney to try, because I don't think we agree on what is what. You know, local. What is local? Just Oceanside? Just San Diego County? Is it the Southwest? What's a reputable breeder? Is Hunt Corporation a reputable breeder? You know, I'm sure there's some people on some sides says no, but if you use a objective standard, they probably are classified as a reputable breeder. So that would mean they could still supply Oceanside Puppy with their puppies. So the idea is that, you know, like you said, when you try to vilify the other side, it doesn't help. You know, we need to work towards it, because without the definitions, you know, the idea that it just doesn't work. Until we can agree on what a reputable breeder is, what a puppy mill is, and what determines a puppy mill, we're in no position to write an ordinance. Maybe we can come back after we have the data and we have the definitions, and we can actually agree on what we're going to write an ordinance about, because right now it sounds like we're going to write about an ordinance about something we know nothing about. We have no clue what we're talking about up here. We don't know what a reputable breeder is. We don't know, local is, I'm trying to get my arms around what local is. Is that just the county? Is that just Southern California? That type of thing. And then you go on the Craigslist and there's 10 pages of people selling their dogs. I mean, there's your problem. It's not a legitimate business who controls their puppies. I was driving out to Home Depot the other day and saw a sign in the middle of the median that says, English Bulldogs, take a left. You can buy puppies on the side of the road. That's your problem. It is not a reputable business. So if you really want it to do that, those are the things that you have to control, is those backyard breeders. Like I said, that's why I support Spot. The idea of responsible pet ownership. But to single out one business that's going to solve your problem, it is just doesn't work. And we can't even agree on the definitions. So, I'm not going to vote for an ordinance that I have no idea what's going to be in it. Because we already had mission creep tonight. It started with dogs, then it became dogs and cats. Then I heard dog, cats, and bunnies. Then I heard dog, cats, bunnies, and birds. I think some people were being facetious about goldfish, but I think there's a real fear that we're going to go down that road, and eventually we're going to try to ban every animal every place. So before we go down that road, I think we need some agreement here at this dais of what we're talking about. So until I can get that idea of what we're talking about, I can't support writing an ordinance. So I don't know, maybe my colleagues have a clearer idea of what we're writing or what we're talking about than I do. So anyway, thank you.
Well, last part of this, and I think that, to shut down puppy mills by not letting them be sold in our state or our city is the goal. What's wrong with saying to those people, no more in our city, no more in our state? That's what it's all about. How complicated can that be and how much detail do you need? That's what it's about. There's no big hidden story here, any information. The other thing, I'd like to bring an ordinance together, but I know it's costly. You know, pet owners, you should spay and neuter your animals, period. I wouldn't have that many animals down in the Humane Society. However, people don't do it. Well, should we do an ordinance and tell them, you can't have a cat or dog in Oceanside unless it's spayed or neutered? Well, there's another giant step. We know that's the biggest cost we have in the city for the Humane Society, but we don't bring it because we know it's cost money and people, we don't want to hurt them. And they love their pets. Anyhow, with that being said, Councilmember Sanchez, you're last. This is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm not confused. I know a puppy mill. We've had pictures. We're talking about these commercial breeding operations where a female dog is caged for 7 years or up to 7 years, whatever, however long that female is able to breed and continues to breed with no exercise. I mean, that's a puppy mill. Unhealthy conditions, inbreeding, basically producing unhealthy puppies. I'm understanding that, I mean, it sounds like Oceanside Puppy is saying he's not getting puppies from puppy mills. So that's why I said, no problem then. He made that statement actually at the UT, in the UT when San Diego ruled on it. That he said, well, my puppies are healthy, my puppies don't come from puppy mills. So he's apparently not, worried about an ordinance banning puppies from puppy mills. I'm proposing a very narrow ordinance, and I think we should start with dogs. It may end at dogs. That's why I didn't want to. That's why I took out the language about, cats and rabbits, because I wanted to be able to get agreement on the dais and take a baby step and say puppy mills.
It's fine with me.
I don't want to go into people's backyards. I don't think that's the problem, actually, because everyone I know that loves their dog and has, they're showing their dogs, and they're going to good families. So I think that directing the city attorney, I'm sure he'll meet with everybody, and come up with, it sounds to me that banning puppy mills is okay. That's what Oceanside, at the time he was San Diego Puppy, I don't know if he still has San Diego Puppy, but the objection here is for puppies, and this is consumer protection as well for our residents, as well as protection from these gouging. Our costs will go up for the Humane Society. It's at $800,000 now. It's probably going to be $1 million, right? So how can we do this and allow, our residents to be able to buy their, dogs from and be able to have, good homes, good dogs, happy people in Oceanside. We love our pets. I think this is a great big step towards that. We didn't have this problem before. We just got it. So we've got the Humane Society. It's willing to partner with, the business owner. And this is not just, addressed to him. It's addressed to anybody that would come into our city and want to set up shop selling puppies from puppy mills. What is a puppy mill? Really, what it is you're trying to lower your cost of producing a puppy by not providing enough, space, not providing any socialization, all of the things that you just saw. I think having the city attorney come back with language where we address the concerns, we avoid, backyard breeding, we allow this horrible situation to get out of our city. So that's what I'm hoping.
You might want to redo your motion, and I'll second it.
I don't think I included cats.
Well, I did change it to the cats, and I'll pull off of that if you think that's the best for right now, but I just want you to...
Because I think,
Well, I'm
Mayor,
saying,
with all
if
due
you
respect, I agree. Actually, I would like to. I mean, we have cats roaming around the neighborhood, and I feel really badly for them because then, 6 months later, they're looking really terrible, and I'm worried about rabies, actually, from all the things that they're living off of. But I understand dogs. We can just limit it to dogs.
Okay.
And I believe it was a move that the council direct city attorney, after meeting with the stakeholders, to draft an ordinance banning commercial establishments from selling dogs from pet stores unless the animal is obtained from the Humane Society or from a tax-exempt rescue organization. Such ordinance to exempt breeders as provided, and he'll, come up with that language.
Thank you. I'll second that. Okay, with that, another speaker here. Councilmember Feline, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Since you have the councilwoman have the right, obviously, to have last word, but I appreciate if have a little back and forth here without pushing the button continuously. But I think the issue, as you outlined, you pointed out some very relevant issues as to what we're trying to stop. But with all due respect to the city attorney, I think the people who are best qualified to define what a puppy mill is and a reputable breeder is are out here in the audience. And I would really like to tap into that expertise first. And once again, I agree with you in terms of that I heard Mr. Salinas say he doesn't buy dogs from a puppy mill. I heard the representative of the Hunt Corporation say they don't run a puppy mill. So I'm happy to hold them to account to that promise and that assertion. But
He could meet with the stakeholders. When I said after meeting with the stakeholders, that's what I meant.
Okay, but I would rather, with all due respect, I would rather see if we can get some working definitions first, and then once we have those definitions, come back and word them out. I don't know what kind of delay we're talking about, with our next meeting, but a month, not a month, a week, 2 weeks. I don't know what the schedule of the representatives from the Hunt Corporation or if anyone else is available locally, but I think we can get through the hurdle of everyone with their passionate views that if we can hammer out an acceptable definition of a puppy mill and a responsible breeder, because the problem with the wording of the ordinance you just suggested is I don't think there's some magical purity because someone claims they're nonprofit. I think a company, a business that's run for a profit to sell pets isn't in and of itself an evil institution or a disreputable institution. The issue is what are the conditions of the animals in their care, regardless of whether the purpose of the organization is to be profitable or non-profitable. It's like the difference between the YMCA and 24-hour fitness. One's run for profit, one is non-profit, but the issue is what kind of facilities do you get when you pay the fee? And so here I think we're dealing with the same thing, and I think this is a case because of the raw nerves we saw, because of the passions we saw on display, that I think this is really real slow and steady. I think will get us to our result rather than trying to rush through a decision this evening.
I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
First off, he finished, and I'm glad he did. I didn't see us late, but you're last, as you know, so you get to do it last. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Exempting breeders allows for a supply for a pet store. That's what I was getting at. Exactly what was proposed by the representative from the Humane Society. That we're not closing off supply, just the bad supply, which is the inhumane supply. We're Humane Society, we're talking about inhumane. So,
we'll be back here again for another 50 speakers.
Right. I think that giving the city attorney the direction to meet with the stakeholders and then come back to us, it would be up or down.
All the other cities, too, have already investigated this. They have...
Yeah, we're not reinventing the wheel here. It's not... I mean, I think what I've heard is that let's let's come up with the best ordinance. You know, perhaps San Diego's wasn't, I don't know. But certainly the challenge here is to come up with the best ordinance which may serve as a model for the following cities to do. Because we want buy Oceanside. Buy Oceanside. We want healthy animals. We don't want to have taxpayers pay more for animal control. So
I'd like to vote on this and move on.
Okay.
Of the maker of the motion, what's the enforcement mechanism on this? So obviously, you know, we're going to ban sales. I mean, so, and if Hunt's a reputable breeder according to USDA standards, then everything's fine. Then everything goes on the way it is. But what if not? That the Hunt Corporation, so Mr. Salinas buys dogs from another supplier, and it turns out that person is a puppy mill. I mean, and so what's the enforcement mechanism? I mean, I don't. And that's the question I'm going to put to the city attorney. And also, I guess the last question I have: what's the timeline? Because it sounds like this is going to be an intricate meeting with stakeholders. So I would like to give
60 days.
I would the direction of the council is, frankly, if you want 60 days, I'll strive to come back within 60 days.
Okay.
The answer to your question is if it's a provision of the municipal code, the city code, then it would be enforced like any other provision of the city code. There'd be administrative remedies, so citations, which gradually escalate, 100, 250, 500, 1,000. In addition, there could be criminal penalties, misdemeanor, or civil nuisance abatement. So sort of along the same lines of what we've done with medical marijuana dispensaries that are in violation of the city code.
You can use that as a sidelight, but don't do that.
Councilman Sanchez, it is your item. If you finished, or do you have more to say? We'll be voting on this soon.
Yes.
You finished?
I'm finished, yes.
Please vote.
Motion fails 2-3. Kern, Feline, and Feller, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're here for that topic. Thank you. Emotional. You can leave. I know it's getting late. We have several other items left, and we shut down at 10. So with that, Mr. City Manager, priorities are 22 and 23. Would you take those items, please?
We're still in session.
We're in the middle of
We're in session, honey. We got the city manager up there. I'm sorry. I'm not with me. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can move it outside for talk and discussion, we still have items that we have to finish. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, item number 22, and I think followed by 23 for the city manager, please.
Item number 22 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of an equipment lease purchase agreement with Bank of America Public Capital Corp. in an amount not to exceed $5,500,000 to retrofit streetlights citywide. Approval of professional services agreement with Southern Contracting of San Marcos in an amount not to exceed $5,094,947 for design, build, and project management services, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreements and related lease documents.
Mr. Lund, how are you?
Honorable Mayor, council members, we have previously provided you information in regards to converting the city's streetlights from their current bulb configuration, which has multiple either high-pressure sodium or metal halide, to all LEDs. We had been waiting for the California Energy Commission to issue loans. They have been delaying that action for some time. We have now found a commercial lending institution that will lend us the money. There's roughly 8,400 streetlights in the city's inventory, and our energy costs are almost $700,000 a year. We are estimating that the conversion will reduce those energy costs in half. It also provides a significant carbon reduction as well. The maintenance costs will also be reduced by approximately $190,000 since the LEDs last 3 to 4 times longer than the conventional bulbs that we're dealing with. If you recall, last year we prepaid the final debt service payments for the acquisition of those streetlights, and that amounted to about $250,000 a year. So the savings actually is about $476, the $250. Both of those exceed the actual debt service that's going to be pledged back onto those loans. I have PowerPoint information if you really would like to see it, but essentially the cost to the contractor, including contingency, is about $5 million. We will actually be getting, upon the initiation of the installation, a $450,000 SDG&E rebate, which reduces the total out-of-pocket cost to $4.6 million, but we have to get the loan in the higher amount, and then once we get the rebate back from SDG&E, that rebate, as well as any other monies that we save in the conversion, are going to be used to pay down the loan as quickly as possible. It's actually a very good deal. The interest rate we're paying is 3.15%, which actually we should get the treasurer to invest in these, because I think our last report in the portfolio was 0.86%, but so anyway, Bank of America is going to provide that financing. They have done so with a couple other cities because everyone is seeing the difficulty through the state. What we're recommending is that, based on what the city clerk had mentioned, to approve all of those actions. Just so you know, if you approve this evening, we are going to issue the notice to proceed on October 1st. We're going to try to close the loan in mid to end of October. We estimate, because it is design build, our contractor has to solicit bids from other suppliers, and we have a list of suppliers, and some of them that you've actually forwarded to us. We expect the installation to start in January and be completed in May of next year. That's it.
Thank you. Was this out to bid or what?
We will not be putting it out to bid. It's a design bid contract through the state contract and a piggyback. Southern Contracting is the contractor that will actually be installing, but they are going to have to get bids from other suppliers of the LED fixtures.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilman Feller? Wait, you might stay there, Councilman Feller, I think, and then Kern Eisenberg.
I think I'd like to move approval.
I think you have a public.
Thank you. And
I'll second. Wait, but there's a question. As soon as Councilmember Feller's done, I have a question. Oh, you're finished?
Mayor Kern.
Is there any salvage value to the lights that we're getting rid of? Is there any way that, are we going to be able to sell those to maybe another municipality or other, like, for parking lots or anything like that?
The actual light, the majority, not all, the majority of light fixtures are going to stay the same. It's only the head and the bulbs that will be replaced. If there is salvage value, because there may be some other cities that still have them, we will try to do so. But many of the lights that we're going to be replacing, we have put off replacing some of those lights the last several years, knowing this was coming. But actually, the fixture itself and the bulbs will not have much service life left.
Oh, okay. I just wondered if there's some secret city manager get together and say, hey, I got 1,000 light bulbs. What do you give for them?
We go out in the parking lot in the operations center and break them and listen to the big pop. We heard one earlier today.
Is that what was this morning? What was that?
That was the air conditioning unit on the roof.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question. Sorry, Peter. Staff anticipates approximately 50% energy savings in addition to tariff savings and savings from reduced maintenance costs due to longer lasting lamps. At what point, how many years will it take for us to realize savings?
Well, we'll see the savings right away. Once they're installed, we will start seeing the energy reduced savings.
Right. But at what point will it be cost efficient that we did this? You know, we're borrowing $5.5 million. And, huh?
Approximately 5 years.
5 years. So after 5 years, will be all paid off?
It won't be paid off, but we will start. The energy savings at that point will make up the difference in paying the debt service. And the cost, the city will then start realizing the $250 that we had been putting into the prior debt service as profit back to the city.
And I'm sorry, where was where the funds coming? Well, okay, so it's a loan for 12.2 years.
Correct. And the repayment will come from the energy savings, which is about $400,000 a year, plus the debt service that we are no longer going to be paying.
All right. Thank you.
Any public?
Yes, we have one member of the public wishing to speak on this item. Joan Brubaker, you may come forward at this time.
Half the audience is coming up, huh?
Joan, you're still here.
I'm one of those diehard. I realized after I read a lot of the staff report, the thing is over 20-some pages, and I didn't even get all that printed. It sounds beautiful, and I have to realize, yes, it would be a nice improvement. But then I think back to Councilman Kern bellyaching about the CalPERS is going to kill you with the payments you're going to have to put in, and your budget just can't possibly stand it, and you may be all right for a couple of years, but then all hell's going to break loose. So I really, when I saw this 10,600,000 plus expenditure, I thought, my God, what's the city thinking? Well, I realize your payments are the same as you had been making, but practically you're making them twice a year. You just got the other debt settled, and now you're plunking yourself back into a deficit condition for at least a few years. Yes, it is a good change, but I notice that it says in the report the fixture prices are coming down. Maybe if you wait a while longer, you'll get a better price. I frankly think this is a bad time to really encounter an expenditure like this. Granted, it is an improvement, but think about your budget that you're always talking about, Councilman Kern. Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Councilmember Feller.
I just want to be clear. This is a $5.5 million or loan, and it isn't increasing any costs we have because the savings is paying for the debt and the electricity.
Correct.
So this is break even right away, and in 5 years we start paying for future out of the savings.
Correct. And I would say even though the individual cost of fixtures is going down, and we're seeing some of that by having the delay, the 3% interest is one that we need to take advantage of.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a second. There was a second.
Yeah. There's a second. Thank you. With that, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Mr. Clerk, 23.
Item number 23 is introduction of an ordinance amending Article 14, Section 14, and 14.1 of the Oceanside Traffic Code by the addition and changes of various subsections to establish various speed limits on various streets.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I put up on the screen the summary of those streets where we're changing speed limits. By law, we cannot arbitrarily change those speed limits, and we have had some issue recently in regards to speed surveys. We have to update our speed surveys on a regular basis, or the court may find that the citations we write may not be valid, which means we suspend writing citations. We are in the midst of doing a comprehensive speed survey of all of our major streets. But what you see in front of you are streets that either have never had a formal speed survey done and speed limit adopted, or ones where we have had to make changes. In your packet, there's enough information as to how we go about the engineering studies to justify those speed limits and which ones we can reduce to a lower number. Primarily, most of them are within 5 miles, either the same where they are or within 5 miles, 5 miles per hour of each other. If you have any specific questions, I can try to answer them for you. But we're recommending that you go ahead and adopt the updated speed limits.
Public?
No public on this item.
Back to the City Council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it does look like they're all either going up, staying the same, or establishing. So then there are only two that are being established. That's an Ocean Ranch Boulevard. One of them, one segment is the Rancho de Oro Drive to a point 0.356 miles south of Old Grove Road. There was none, and now it's 40. Oh, it's on the board. Okay, and a point of 0.356 miles south of Old Grove Road to Old Grove Road, again 40. So it looked like there was some study about accidents, and so I guess we want to go 5 miles higher in some places.
We took every opportunity we can to lower them within what the law
Right.
and the courts will allow.
Right. I am going to move approval. I think that lowering them would require more study, traffic calming and all that, perhaps wider, changes to maybe the sidewalks and adding bicycle lanes and things like that. So we're not there. We're just trying to make it so that the citizens are safe driving around, plus we're able to enforce our speed laws. So move approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I just have one quick question. The idea that it had no speed limit, that mean we couldn't have got a speeding ticket because there was no limit?
There's still a prima facie limit, but yes, you could have gone 45 up there with no.
Oh, okay. Well, and now you tell me. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
I did have a question on Corporate Center Drive. Oceanside Boulevard to Avenida de la Plata is only a matter of about, maybe 1,000 yards.
It's primarily a result of the downhill direction, is why the speed limit was higher.
Downhill, and then these are such short distances. They, like out on Douglas Drive, you're going 45 on most of Douglas Drive, and then for a brief spurt you can go up to 50, and that's probably.
The 50 is that section where it's down to one lane each direction, where we have the speeding issue anyway, and we have had issues there legally in enforcing the speed limit.
Okay, so it's such a short distance that I'm thinking changing all of that when they got to go 45, then up to 50, then back down to 45.
Well, living on Douglas Drive, seeing them do that is actually right now, that's the minimum speed about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's much faster than that when I was delivering kids to Reynolds.
Should I title the ordinance?
I was waiting for you, sir.
Okay, I will title the ordinance. This is an introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Article 14, Section 14, and 14.1 of the Oceanside Traffic Code by the addition and changes of various subsections to establish various speed limits on various streets.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 29. Public.
We did that already. Would you like item number 30?
30, I'm sorry, public communications, 30.
We have one speaker on off-agenda items, Jimmy Knott, to come forward.
Another half the audience. I'd like to, but...
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Last Tuesday evening in the South Oceanside Community Association, Deputy Mayor and also Gary Feline was there, and OPD reported out that there is a main point of concern that the public, our homeowners, visitors, and businesses need to know about. And that point of concern is auto break-ins. Mostly it has occurred in residential areas, poorly lit areas, and they are taking advantage also of open homes, sheds, and garages. Mostly what has been stolen has been jewelry, cash, tools, computers, bicycles, and stuff that can be easily traded. OPD advises the need for everybody to do preventative and responsible actions. 1, lock your cars and homes. 2, make sure your car windows are up. 3, no purses, backpacks, computers, etc. are in plain view. 4, double check your locked doors. 5, if it looks inviting, it probably is. The other thing is that to tell your visitors and friends, especially your surfer friends, do not put your keys on top of your tires. People are watching. And because there has been, this has led to car theft. And the number one thing to do in response is call OPD. 435-3800. The reason why is OPD tracks this information, and they need to take this information in to respond accordingly. Another thing is that they also found that our businesses also need to take some action. During the late night hours and the early morning hours, there's been some break-ins. One business on Coast Highway suffered a $40,000 loss and this last week. So we need to take some common sense security measures. And be aware also of the late night activity in our public parks and homes. If there is something going on, if you see in your neighborhoods and coming and goings, don't hesitate. If it looks like something doesn't look right, call, call, call. Once again, the number.
Oh, Jimmy?
What?
That's IT.
Okay, well, this is the one that Michelle Lawrence gave me. I kept.
I'll teach you.
Well, before we leave here, what is the correct number?
No,
No, not the 911.
4,900 is...
4,900. It's
4,900 is the DSOs.
So it's 435-4900 is the non-emergency number for the police department.
Had to think about that one.
That's a quick change. Okay, thank you.
And on a personal note, I apologize to mention, but the business he was referring to is actually the business that I manage on Coast Highway Surf Ride. We were broken into and had $40,000 worth of merchandise stolen last Thursday evening. So there's
You reported it though, right?
We reported it. The police department was there immediately. But just for notification.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we stop at 10 o'clock unless we have a council agreement. I'm not going to go through the council reports, but I will report one item for all of us, if you don't mind. Please join us for the Martin Luther King Jr. Bridge Dedication Ceremony tomorrow. Tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. through 11:40 a.m. MLK reception. Students' presentation at that particular time. Keynote speaker is our hero here, Willie Buchanan. Ring the bell for freedom, and it's at 1 Pirate Cove Way, Oceanside High School, and that'll be a special presentation ceremony. Esther, if you want to add something, that's all it is.
No, we're just all excited. Please come. OHS.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. Having fun. Ow.
Well, we're going to thank our vigilant member of the press who somehow can figure this in. Oh.